Starmancer Dev Stream. Today's gonna be a great day. I hope everyone's having a beautiful morning, full of calm and tranquility. I hope your day is magical and relaxing, and I hope you remember that you're loved and you're beautiful. Okay, now we're going to go into a downward facing dog position and grab the back of your legs and put your face towards the floor. Don't give up now, Fail Cake. We're almost there. Now, take your left hand and point it towards the sky, and go ahead and make a swan pose with your lower body. That's feeling very good now. Okay. Almost there. I find this music is not making me hustle, like, at all. Butterfly kisses. I have to write something down really fast. Ooh, my lights are kind of weird today, aren't they? I didn't check my lights before I did this. I thought my lights would be fine because I was streaming just yesterday. And the lights were fine yesterday. Test that core, not maintained. In load. In new. Number 2, silicon. Takes 2, reach. Okay, almost there. This, that, and the other thing. What are we looking for? Webcam, we're out to start this. Ah, the lights just went off on me. I swear to God, control panel. I want to go to control center. Control center, you're fucking killing me right now. Okay. It's pretty good now, right? It's pretty good. My hair. My hair. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I can't do this music anymore. This is wild. This is not okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, people. Try out our experimental AI features. No thanks, Google. I don't want to. We're gonna... What's the opposite of relaxing? How about, like, stressful? Stressful, royalty-free music. Let's just try that. Let's get something tense. This... Okay, what's this do? Now I want to make some Starmancer. Loktar! What's up, Loktar? I just turned on some stressful music. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm trying to do something really fast. I'm trying to implement something. I'm trying to implement a global something. But first, I bet I didn't. Did I reboot the library? I have to reboot the library, I bet. I'm gonna try to do that. I know that's loud. I know the music is so loud for you right now. What's up? Okay. Spiffy bald guy. You know, I posted a GIF about the, like just a random GIF to announce the stream. And in it, a random bald man walked past. And I really wanted to be like, this is me streaming. And look, here's a bald man. We have several. But it wasn't you. I don't know if I can find it. If Blacklander doesn't show up, I'll probably just have a pirate kill him or something. I'll probably have him get eaten by a zombie. That's what I'll probably do. So someone let Blacklander know. You know, if I had less hair, my green screen would work better because the hair messes the screen a little bit. My fine hair. Also, I bet your mom calls you spiffy, but no one else has ever called you spiffy before. This song is called Crime is Everywhere. No one ever has. I just gave it to myself. All right, that works. Acquiring the bald screen. Oh, and that's what Blacklander comes back for that, huh? Blacklander? Huh? That's the only thing to get you out? And it does. It does, actually. I should just put myself in the game somehow. Okay, I need to test something with this core. Then, yo, are you into investments and crap? There's a new technique for analyzing market trends called Kenya Fit. I haven't heard of that, Pure Spider. What's a Kenya Fit? Is that something good? Is that kind of like a Wall Street type thing? It must be the Kenyans are. What is Kenya Fit? I'm interested. Tell me more about Kenya Fit, Pure Spider. Good evening. Good morning. Salutations. Kenya Fit's funny. Want to see some of my darkness? Whoa. Okay. Can you fit these nuts? Have Victor make a Tyler core design, either a JPEG of your face or a pixel design. I'd be down for that. That'd be fun. I want to be in the game the way that the devs from Mountain Blade Warband were NPCs in the game that you could interact with and talk to. They didn't do anything else. I want that for myself. Okay, I need to make sure that my colonist doesn't try to fix my core. Yeah, wait a second. You're not really in this you're not really in my screen right now? Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait. Want to see some of my darkness? No, I was talking about the game The Darkness from 2003 or something like that. I just turned 18 years old and something weird's happening with my body. I like to make jokes that I think are funny. Like two people in the world have played The Darkness. This actually is a pre-recorded stream, so yeah, that should be another hour or two. I think I might even go longer than 1 hour. It might be more than one devour stream. Okay, this guy, I need to make sure he doesn't repair this thing. I mean, so far so good. Shoe on header pre-recorded. I mean, I wish I would have. Fuck. I anticipated everything, but not that. Okay. All right. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. 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 Everything's good. He's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. Well, he's not supposed to. Okay, that's good. So far, so good. Let me load up stream and see what happens next. And then we'll know for sure if it worked. And then I can check off a box that I need to check off. You know that this shoe is moving all the time. Look when I move my jaw. It's moving. I can't move that much. Very difficult to balance this thing. But I want you to know that I did it for you guys, the people. And in exchange, I want each one of you to donate $500,000 to the charity of your choosing. But it has to be Starmancer. Okay, in new is good. Now I have to check off in load. In load. I can't even read chat. I can't move my eyes. Yes. Philcake says, any plans on Starmancer with Twitch integration? Actually, yeah. I was looking into it earlier in the week, I swear to God. On Monday, maybe. We were looking into it quite seriously, actually. Trying to figure out things for Twitch integration. That's a pretty good deepfake. What prompt did I use? I used handsome, perfect, chiseled, amazing. I used that a couple times. And this is just what it came up with. So I guess if you just take the sum total of human, information, I guess I'm just perfect. Nothing I can do about it. I definitely wrote Twitch somewhere, but I don't know where. I'm just proving that I wrote down Twitch somewhere. Anyway, Twitch integration seems nice, for sure. Pure Spider, I wouldn't mind assistance, even just because I just started Googling it. Like on Monday, and there's a bunch of different things. I'm like, okay, am I trying to make this thing? Am I trying to make that thing? Because I'll tell you what I'm trying to do. I want you to be able to have Twitch viewers. I want them to show up as names as your colonists. That should be pretty easy, right? I just need to retrieve a list of all the usernames. for example. And I also want them to be able to, I want viewers, chat viewers, to be able to vote and like it cause like a pirate attack and that sort of thing. Like I want that. So I think those two things are easy to do because I've seen games do both of those things. I just have to figure out, okay, what is that thing? What part of what API do I have to look up for the, you know, and how to get started? I saw there's like a plugin for Unity I can use, so it's probably not that tough for me to do this. Yeah, it should be really easy. I just need to figure out, again, I just started Googling it. And I looked into the docs a little bit, and there was like, okay, they're like, there's this over here if you're trying to make an app, and this over here if you're trying to do this other thing. I'm like, I think I'm trying to do this other thing, actually. But again, I haven't looked into too much of it. But I think those things should be very easy to do, so. Okay, so far so good in the load, but we'll see. Oh, she's not fixing the objects. That's good. That's good, that's good, that's good. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there's some kind of Unity thing. Mainly you should decide if you want the streamer to use their own account or look at chat anonymously. Okay. I can integrate these nuts into your... Tyler, I still think it's funny. Tyler, you can integrate these nuts into your mouth, LMAO. Okay. Sure. I just need the API. You know? What's the size of the payload? God, that's so homosexual of me to say. Silicon takes too long to reach. I wrote that. I wrote silicon takes when I was playtesting yesterday. I feel like it takes too long to get to silicon, level 15. Can you read that? Silicon takes too long to reach? Question mark, I think? I don't know, some sort of symbol I wrote after that. I don't know what it means. I'm kind of an enigma, sort of a bad boy like that. Okay, I need to go into these projects. I need to open up something. I'm gonna try to make really fast. I'm gonna try to make a global job UI. I guess that's all I have to say. But a global thing where you can, it's gonna look just like the job preference window, the colonist permission window, and you can see all colonists, see all jobs. It's a matrix. It's a matrix, and Neo's gonna be there, and then you can choose which colonists have which jobs. Okay. Would probably need an adapter. Oh, okay. You got bad handwriting, Tyler. Okay, well. You guys ever watched, like, ladies take their clothes off on webcams and stuff like that? And if you tip money, they'll write their names on your body. I'll do that for you, Loknar. You think this is bad, Loknar? You think this is... I'm going to say F. Loknar. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know? It's not bad handwriting. It's a built-in cipher. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why other people need to read my stuff, okay? No leaks if you can't read, guys. I wrote it so fast. I actually wrote this real fast. Let's find my actual handwriting. It's not much better, but it is better. Here's my actual handwriting. It says starting supplies. It's like 1 or 2 per. I don't know. This just says world eaters. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but I wrote it down, world eaters. I don't know. Okay. My number 2 is currently going number 2, so just kind of waiting on that a little bit too, killing some time. No leaks if you can. I think something funny about no leaks if you can't read. Like having every employee of Omnix Games can't read except me. Like I'm the only one who can read, and I read the Bible to them too. Okay, what I'm looking for. Victor must be back now because I see he's added the Discord. You know, I don't know. Oh my God, you could make end of space where you have to keep moving the base else the void eats you. That would be fun. What's end of space? Victor is a big weenie. I've heard people say that recently about him. They've been saying he's such a big weenie.
Yep. No.
I just saw you're here today. I'm like, you're not gonna scare me today, motherfucker. I'm gonna sort of scare you a little bit. Vic, did you watch the State of the Union with my president last night? Because I didn't either. I didn't watch it. I just heard about it. I'm like, people will tell me. I'm like, I'll hear if like there's anything noteworthy. I'm like, okay, whatever. I remember one time I was driving back from college when Obama was president, and it was just like 8 o'clock at night, and it would have been, I guess, about the same time this one was, and I didn't even know it was going to be the State of the Union. I was just driving home, and Obama starts talking, and like it was so like motivating hearing that guy talk. I don't even, maybe it even was his final State of the Union address. In any case, it was just nice to listen to that. This was Obama's one. I didn't listen to Biden's, but they can be so nice. They can be so like powerful, you know, because it's like this when like everyone in your countries, you have this idea all listening to it. Again, I didn't listen to Biden's. I don't know anything he said. I assume it was just a lot of. It's an election year, so I just assume it's a lot of that type of stuff. Tyler, go smoke some weed. I mean, if you want me to, I have some right here. It's like I could. Okay. I mean, okay.
So I'm looking at the Tesla coil, and it says that it's supposed to use 20 power per use. But somehow it's using 400.
But somehow. Yeah. Well, where you're at might not be the right spot though.
Yeah. It says weapon electricity requirement.
Victor, I read somewhere that Sweden has recently joined NATO. Is that true? I don't know where you're at in the process.
Yeah. Like today.
Like, so today you've officially, like, I don't even know, I'll be honest with you, I barely know what NATO is, I swear to God. I was in the Army.
Oh.
I know that NATO, I know here's the thing, I know the high level of what NATO is. I know NATO is a defensive alliance.
Yeah.
Mostly involving Western countries, European countries. I know that. And I know that it was formed after World War II, I'm pretty sure. I don't know that, but I'm pretty sure it was after World War II.
Yeah.
But I don't know much else. So I'll tell you what, dude, you're on our side now. You're an American now. You're a red-blooded American now, you know what I mean?
All right.
My everything has changed about you now, Victor. You're one of our allies. You know what I mean? Previously, if my country had been attacked, you wouldn't have done a damn thing about it. But now you have to. You have to, and you will. We're on the same side, Victor. Everyone, let's give some NATOs in the chat for Victor and his people. Again, I don't know what it means. All I know is that when Ukraine tried to join NATO, it was bad. So I don't know. I'm just teasing. I assume that it's because Russia is becoming a bit of a threat, and people are like, you know what? We're just gonna join NATO too. Seems like a good idea. Again, I don't know.
I mean, we sent in like our application right after the war started.
That takes that long?
Well, it wouldn't have taken that long if it wasn't for...
I don't know. I assume the bureaucracy just takes a while. I don't know. Just like, you know.
Like Turkey and Hungary were like blocking it. They were like, no, we don't want this.
I see. Just imagine if it's like the process is like 2 years and Putin's like, okay, well, you're fucked. Like, thanks for telling me you're going to join. I'm going to get you now. So,
Yeah.
Right, Putin wanted to stop more countries from joining NATO and did the exact opposite. See, I just don't know. I don't know anything about Putin or the Russian. I don't know enough about the Russian people. Like, Putin can't be a stupid. Like, there's no way he's like a stupid. He's not a stupid guy. You know, I heard the Russia tried to join NATO as well, but my new source there is Tucker Carlson on the Lex Friedman podcast. So like, I didn't look into it, to be honest with you. But like, I've heard that as well. And then they were shot down in like the 80s or 90s or something, or 2000. I don't even remember. I don't remember.
Wait, for real? No.
I don't remember though. But like I said, my new source, the source information was Tucker Carlson on the Lex Friedman podcast. So I did not look into it. Or maybe it was Putin. Maybe it was even Tucker Carlson quoting Putin from his interview when he was being interviewed by Lex Friedman. I don't know. But I listened to that exact podcast too. See, yeah. I love the Lex Friedman podcast. I think it's great. I think I've probably never listened to an episode of Lex Friedman's podcast and not enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm guessing that they tried. Like, see, like Pierce Spider said, they never seriously did. See, that's what I was wondering, if it was one of those things that were like, well, we tried to, but they didn't really try to. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I think Lex is awesome as well, by the way. I really do. It's my favorite podcast. Like, if you just want to, I don't know, just think more critically, get different perspectives on things, it's amazing. And he has really, huge guests on, like really, really big guests. I mean, Lex Friedman has like Mark Zuckerberg on, for example. Today there was a new episode dropped, maybe yesterday, and it was the head of AI at Facebook. I mean, that's a huge guest. That's so fun. Like, isn't that who you want to hear from? And then Lex, I don't know his actual educational history, but he somehow went to MIT, does some sort of computer science stuff at MIT with AI. I don't know. But anyway, very fun. And he's Russian, which is why I was really excited. That's why I really want to listen to him on Tucker Carlson. So I'm like, okay, Lex is Russian. We'll get some perspectives. And by the way, even in that interview, Lex was felt like he was critically fair enough against Tucker Carlson. Because one thing Tucker Carlson said was, hey, I just thought it was impressive. We have all these sanctions, and the Moscow is beautiful. And then Lex is like, right, but the cities in Ukraine also are beautiful, and they're in war right now. So I don't know, you know, it's like, so it's like, okay, yeah, okay. Okay, I need to copy the preference window. Victor, you should stop that stream. I'm gonna try. What I'm gonna try to do really fast, Victor, make a global job UI thing where you can see all colonists and all jobs and unassign them really fast. I'm just gonna copy and paste the. I keep calling it preference, but it's not. It's permissions. Permissions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna copy paste the permissions.
Can you
make it happy?
commit your fixes? So
Can you commit your fixes so you could do? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. I need Tyler soon. Can you commit your fixes? Yeah, I can do that. No problemo. Victor, did you see? Nah, of course you didn't see it. I was gonna say, did you see Dune Part 2 yet? But you probably didn't. So, of course you didn't. I'm still tickled you saw You finally watched Mean Girls. Can we vivisect Loknar? Yeah. Yeah. We can. Loknar says Lex is genuine, in my opinion. I think so too. I believe that. Pure Spider says, I mean, Lex is also kind of leading the whole fake news thing. I don't know what fake news is. I don't know. I mean, I know what fake news is, but yeah, I don't know. But I think as long as he just lets talk, as long as he... I've been watching Lex for a while. Seems good. Less interviews recently than he had in the past, though. I wish he had more still. They used to have so many. Okay, let's get all this crap out of here. P stands for what? I forgot again already. It's not preferences. It's permissions. Okay. Remember, you're adding a UI to things. It is this easy. You just have to copy paste things. That's it. Does it need a toolbar? Where should it even go? The permission window. Hey, what's up, Monty? Permission window model. You know, Monty, I was thinking about what's that game? Who the hell told me to smoke weed? Because I did. Now, like, my thoughts are getting harder to stay together now. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. We can pivot. We're being handicapped right now. The best players get handicapped. You know what I mean? Like, if I was bowling or something, you would have the lanes up, right? The blockers up, the bumpers up, Victor, but I wouldn't because I'm an excellent bowler. I routinely get at least 70 a game. No problem. Do you even bowl? Is bowling even a thing in Sweden?
I'm in Canvas, yeah.
Yeah. It's much more of a thing in here. No, it's Helldivers. I was thinking Helldivers, Monty. Maybe the trick in Helldivers is to only play just with your friends. Like, that's it. Like, just be one of those games. It's like, think of it as a co-op game. I wonder if people think of it as a co-op game if it's more fun. Because if you play by yourself, the progression isn't that great. And then you're just having, like, these awesome experiences with strangers, you know, for the first time. And it's just really not that great. And I don't know, you know. Bowling. I gotta figure out where I can put this button first, unfortunately. I think... Where can we put the global UI job? The global job thing, Victor? Where can we put that? It could be in the toolbar, although I kind of like the idea that somehow in the I like the idea that there's like when you click on the permission UI, that's sort of like a colonist management UI or something like that instead. And
So
there's like tabs.
Be like a tab. Yeah.
There's like tabs or something. So you can imagine there's lots of things that would go in there long term.
Yeah.
Haven't tried Helldivers 2 because of the awesome rootkit. Is there some sort of anti-cheat kernel level type situation? Is that what Helldivers 2 does? Because I got over my fear of that when I played Valorant. And they were owned by Tencent. And I was like, okay, well, you know. Anti-cheat is kind of strange too in like a game where there's no like competitive aspect to it. Like aggressive anti-cheat. I don't know. I didn't read into it. But aggressive anti-cheat does seem weird in a game that is completely player versus environment, but what do I know?
Yeah, but it still spoils your experience if someone cheats in a co-op game.
You fucking little cuck right now, dude. By the way, I'm teasing you a little bit. I'm just being a little bit like I'm like, you little cuck. Like, it does though. It does. I'm like, you little cuck. You're like, they're gonna ruin my experience. I know. It does ruin your experience. You're absolutely correct. It does. It really does. I was just teasing. I just thought it was funny to be like, you little apologist. You anti-cheat apologist.
Besides, I mean, the game does have PvP, so you can cheat and just, of course, you can team kill.
That's not PvP. You can grief or something
No,
like that, but it's
you
not
could
like.
grief.
But it's not PvP. Like Minecraft has more PvP, like getting in the same server, you know. But in this game, like
Yeah, but imagine if you could grief with cheats. If you could spawn like those 500k
yeah. But
nukes.
the thing is, like, imagine if they had a tool where you could just kick somebody immediately. That would be great.
Yeah.
And they have that, so okay. But like, I mean, it's not like just anyone can join. I guess it is true that someone could join and they could be a hacker and they could just be a jerk. They could be like, you know what's fun for me? Just joining games and murdering everybody. Like I have a cheat. If I press number 1, everyone just dies, right? Certainly people would do that. Yeah, that would ruin the experience. Yeah, for sure. But it just seems to me like, you know, if it's PvE and you need to monetize it, I can figure, okay, like you still want some, and it's online, so like you want some anti-cheat, but not an aggressive anti-cheat. I don't know if their anti-cheat's aggressive. I don't know anything about it. This is the first I've heard of it. It's like, where do I put this? Under shift control would makes perfect sense to me. You know?
Yeah. I mean, all those 3 would make sense as a single window with tabs. To shift some permissions and jobs.
Yeah. The thing is, like, putting tabs in things right now is going to be too hard for, right? I mean, like, literally right now. It's going to be too complicated. I wonder if there's something I could place it in the short term, because the functionality is amazing, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Because for sure I could consolidate shift control, permission, and, you know, all jobs. It's just colonist permission just looks stupid if you don't have any colonists, by the way, but it's fine. Who cares? What else is it going to look like? There's no colonists, right? So.
Yeah.
Anyway, those can definitely be consolidated.
Long-term,
So I'll take 2 buttons and make 1 button. So we're going to reduce the number of buttons by 1 already. That's pretty good.
Yeah. But long term,
where can I put it in the short term?
Your colonist buttons to be up in the top left, because that's where the colonist HUD is. And we already have like lockdown up there.
I feel bad that I called you a fucking cock, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just joking. Today I deliberately, but sort of accidentally backhanded Graham in the face because he hit me really hard.
I don't know.
I was like in the car, dropping off at school, and he goes bam, and then I immediately just go bam, like right back to him. Not hard, but just where he was. My bone hit his hand. I was trying to hit him back. I wasn't trying to not hurt him, but I wasn't trying to hurt him either, you know? Just like if anyone hits you, you're like, get out of here. What are you doing? Don't hit me. A boy's favorite thing to do is like overpower their father, right? That was like my favorite thing. There's like be stronger than your dad. You know what I mean? Like be tough. Like that's what I mean. Yeah. I don't know where to put this button at, man.
Put it next to the lockdown button.
Put it next to the lockdown button. It's gonna be a toolbar button, so it would look kind of weird up there.
Just flip it upside down.
Because if I'm literally only doing it short term and it's not gonna go in the patch in its final place, I can just put it in the toolbar. It's an extra like just to the left, and then like the buttons will be a little bit off of this built-in texture, but like that's okay. If it's just something temporary at it, because I figured if I put next to lockdown, that seems like a very ad hoc place, right? Like just for fun. It's funny that like figuring out where to put a UI, where to put the button, is such a major part of the battle here, you know? Like, just, I mean, it's, you know, you would think it shouldn't be that hard. And it's not that hard, sorry, done. So, okay, let's put it right here with everything else. I think Pure Spider, though, a reason to have, I'm not sure who's on which side, actually. Tyler's downfall, smoking weed, hitting kids, insulting friends. I can't help it. It's who I am. That's who I am. Hitting my own children, too. Pure Spider has a good suggestion. Put the button up your own bum. Okay. We'll try it. So, by the way, when there's interviewers, I don't need an interviewer to push back on their guests, depending on the style of interview. I'm okay with them just allowing their guests to speak. That's fine too. It's when podcasters or interviewers sometimes are critical, but sometimes aren't critical with their guests, based off of it seems to be their own bias. That's what I have problems with. Permission window model. What do you even call this job thing? What do you call like a global job UI thing? I'm looking at you in Discord as if that's where you are in real life, but it's not. What do you call this thing?
job matrix.
The job matrix? I mean, that's okay. That could be okay. The job matrix. I'm gonna call it global job matrix or something. If I put global job, I'll find that later probably, right? The job matrix. Permission window. Global job matrix. Matrix. I felt really out of it today, by the way, all day. I don't know why. I got like good sleep last night. I went to sleep at like 9:30. I was so tired, I almost fell asleep reading this, like in Graham's bed, reading a story. And afterwards, he was like, "Why are you in my bed right now?" I'm like, "I'm just so tired." He's like, "Why are you just laying down right now?" And I'm like, "Because I'm gonna beat you in the morning, kid." I said, "You better be ready for it." Global job matrix window. I remember my mom being like, she's like, "I could count on one hand the number of times I spanked you." And I'm like, "Really?" It would take me like thousands of hands to count how many times I've beaten Graham. Not really though. But I'm like, "Really, Mom? Like, it feels like you've beaten me more than that. Like, I feel like I've been spanked more than that." Interface permissions, interface global job matrix. I've never spanked my kids like as a disciplinary thing, only for kinky times. But I've never spanked them ever. Job. Because I was like, what else would you spank them? I was thinking, like, when else would you spank the kid? But job matrix. Job matrix. It's a really tough thing when trying to practice. I've been awake since I went to bed. I love that. I love that. Call it the kids' times table. Usually it's called the work schedule. I was thinking of internally pure spider. That's the thing. And also, it's not the work schedule either because it's not the schedule. It's not the time, you know? But something tough is that Graham does like fight school stuff. So I practice his defense, there's all sorts of things with him. And so I have to hit him a little bit, but not hard. And I don't hit him like at all. That's what I'm saying. But like I'm trying to figure out like, okay, what is a system I can have in my own head so that I can touch him without hurting him, you know? You never trained combat sports with your father, Victor?
No.
Yeah, me neither, right? Like, who does that? Like, I never. But you get my point, though. It's like it's tough, right? Because you gotta be like, okay, well, you gotta do like, you gotta touch them enough that they're like, okay, this is like, sort of take it serious. Because kids will goof off really fast, you know? Okay. For example, if you were a coach for 6-year-olds who box, right? You know, you have to touch them a little bit. Not hurt them, not enough to leave a mark on them, but enough to be like, hey, this is like, if you're trying to do a block, for example, you know? Use gloves or protective gear? Yeah, we use gloves. We do use gloves, yeah. And the thing is like what I'll do is I'll put on like my gloves, and then he puts on his gloves, and then I'm just doing things like, okay, I'm gonna jab at you, and you gotta parry or get out of the way. And I just do it slow enough to like, I'm gonna touch your face. Like, it's gonna touch you. It's gonna touch you. It's coming. It's, you know, but not too fast. But even that, I just feel so bad about it. I'm like, oh my gosh. Build cat. There's something about punching someone in the face when they're not expecting it that's like, just doesn't feel, like it feels awful. Even if you're sparring with people that aren't good, if anyone out there's ever sparred with someone who's not very good, like you're punching at them, just like another adult, another person your size. If they're not good, like it's just like, I don't know. I don't like hitting people in the face. It just feels weird. It feels mean. Do any of these buttons kind of work for me for job stuff temporarily? Like, this is crafting. It kind of looks like jobs, though. That kind of looks like jobs.
Tyler, you need to commit your stuff.
Tyler, you need to commit your stuff. I'm in the middle of something, Victor Worstrom. Why do you need me to commit it?
But to fix like that weird bug where the call is just...
Oh, you'll be alright. You'll be alright. That's fine. That's fine.
Unless any other changes that you make.
Yeah. I'm in the middle of something, you bastard. Just commit your stuff. Toolbar, global job matrix window, toolbar, global job matrix window. Hello, Rig Keys, and hello, No More Today. No More Tomorrow. Permission control, we're gonna call you job matrix or something. Caption job matrix. This is gonna be the longest part of it, then we'll get into the code. It's gonna be pretty fast probably too, the rest of this done. Permission window. There's that, there's that, there's that. And then one more thing, probably right here. This thing needs to change, and this probably has to change. This is just a header for the whole window. Didn't I just define this somewhere else? Probably the toolbar or something. That's what I'm gonna call you job matrix. Job matrix. Do you need this like right away or something?
Oh, so it's gonna start playtesting.
You could just playtest without and update it later. Like, it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. You can even wall off your core, you know? The Steve Jobs matrix. That's what I should call it. That's funny. Steve Jobs. Okay. Okay.
I'm going to look into this Tesla coil thing now.
What? No, what you said. I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I'm going to look into the Tesla coil thing.
What's the Tesla coil thing?
It was draining my entire battery.
Oh, you're talking about the battery situation? Oh.
Yeah. I'm not sure where it's going.
Okay, I'll do that really fast.
I'll
look at the Tesla coil really fast for you. The Tesla coil entity.
Oh my god. Completing domain. Yeah, it's gonna take a while before I get into play mode.
Okay, and you're saying what? You're saying it says it only takes how much power?
It drained my entire battery, so...
Yeah, no. But what's the issue? Tell me the problem.
The issue was that it drained my entire battery, and the battery was like at least 400.
No, but tell me the issue. The issue is that it's consuming too much power? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
You said, because you said some stuff earlier. You said something like, what I thought it was only supposed to consume this much, but actually consuming this much. So what's the problem here?
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to consume 400. No.
Talk to me like I'm an idiot here. What do you say? Like.
So, yeah, you're looking at the same thing, right?
I don't know what you're looking at.
No, that's the passive power.
I don't know what you're looking at. Am I? I don't know.
It's supposed to be like weapon power somewhere, where it says like 20 power. I can go look at it.
There's a thing called a power drain that says 20. Amount required here says 20. So presumably it requires 20 every time the weapon's used. I don't know. Is that the thing you're talking about?
Weapon electricity requirement component?
Yes.
Yes.
And it says 20.
Amount required per use 20.
Is that what we're talking? Is that what you're looking at? Is this like, would that explain the issues? I don't know, would it or not, or
that's well, that means that it's a bug because it's supposed to drain 20 and it's draining 400.
It drains 400 every time.
It drains at least 400. It might only be when they go along the first time.
I don't know if can you confirm that?
I'm about to.
Just confirm that it drains an unlimited amount of power. It probably doesn't drain an unlimited amount of power. The thing is, like, I've used the Tesla coil. You've used the Tesla coils before. It didn't drain an unlimited amount of power.
No. So there must be some kind of bug going on.
I don't know. It could drain power in other ways. It has a passive power requirement of 1 every 30 seconds. So it could be draining power in other ways. It could be attempting to attack and missing and then immediately being able to attack again for whatever reason. It could do something like that. It could be those types of bugs.
Yeah.
But you're making it sound like it happens every time, right?
No, I didn't mean to imply it.
So what, can you describe the symptoms you're having then? Because it can be hard to fix a bug.
Well, I had a Tesla coil. Some pirates came, it attacked the pirates, and then immediately all my power disappeared.
So it's like one time it happened, but you haven't necessarily looked into it.
No, then I tested it again, and then I saw that my power was like 400.
Okay.
And then it happened again.
Okay. Because I've seen you use the Tesla coil on stream before. Like last stream, for example, I used it. It didn't do it. So I don't think it's I don't think that it's like this Tesla coil issue that it's like every time it uses too much power. maybe there's in certain situations it uses too much power, and also maybe something. Is it possible something else just happened?
Oh, of course.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I mean, that's why I'm looking into it.
I've just never heard of the Tesla coil issue, so you're just saying it to me like I've heard of it before. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Okay, now what to do is make the job matrix UI really fast. And don't forget to start your stream, Victor. Job matrix interface component. Is this what this is called? Yep. And we're going to copy and paste this. So we're going to go over here to the permission interface component. I'm just going to copy all of it. Or most of it, at least. What else is up? And you should see Dune Part 2, by the way, Victor. I liked it. You should go see it in theaters. It's probably not that expensive. I don't know, whatever movie theaters cost over there for you. Whatever the going rate is. Because I think like it's worth seeing it in theaters. I think that you should definitely see it in theaters.
Alright.
You could watch it, you know, on your TV, but it's not going to be the same. So I'm doing here is I'm writing this code that sort of defines what this UI is supposed to look like. Job matrix. Job matrix. Job matrix. Okay. Have you heard there's a Dune game coming out, Dune Awakening? Looks like Ark, but Dune. That's amazing if it's fun. If true. Big if true.
I read some article about that. It was something about apparently if you shoot a laser at a shield, like a nuclear explosion goes off.
Yeah, that's part of the Dune universe.
Yeah, and they had to change that for the game. For for obvious reasons.
Why? For balance or
Because-
something?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I thought you meant like... You said for obvious... It's not obvious. You're like, for obvious reasons. Okay, what's the obvious
Well,
reason?
because they
Like,
had both lasers and shields that players could use, so
yeah.
and it would used to be like explosions all the time if they had kept that in.
Yeah. I thought you
And
meant
their
like because nukes
solution-
are bad or something. I was like, oh, okay.
No.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it can't be to the same scale, you know. But they could have like an explosion where the things still kind of die, but it's like not as big or something. But the thing is, like, if it's in a game, there's no concern about griefing like there is like in real life. Like in real life, if you launch a nuke, like you get in trouble, like you go to jail or something, you know. But you know, if you do the thing, it's a big violation of the. But in a video game, you're just like, hey, I'm mad. I'm just gonna blow everybody. I'm gonna blow up this planet. I'm just gonna take one gun and shoot your shield, and then everyone dies. So it wouldn't be that fun. But you could have like a smaller one or something, you know.
Yeah, I mean the solution they ended up with was something like in the lore now, there's like the laser weapons have like failsafe. If they're aimed towards a shield, they don't fire.
That's probably good enough, because the intention is that you don't use guns against shields, so that it encourages melee weapons. Like that's fine. It's probably okay. What is it? What does an Ark style Dune game even look like? What does it even play like?
I would assume lots of building and gathering materials.
I'm just curious, because it's like, are you like a Fremen, or like it's just a world where Fremen exists and you can like go in the desert, you know? I just meant like the actual gameplay, like who, what are you? Like what's the setting, It must be on, presumably on Dune, otherwise it wouldn't be. Like, it wouldn't just be like in the universe, the Frank Herbert universe. So, it must be on Arrakis.
Yeah.
You're just like a random person, and then you'd need. I'm just thinking of like supplies. I'm thinking of survival, but maybe it's just the art construction. It's not so much of a survival game. It's probably a little bit of a survival game, right? It has to be. I mean, it sounds like a fun universe to explore, and I was just thinking of what the gameplay would be, what the loops are. You could like mine spice, maybe. You have to sort of get a still suit and find water, do water stuff somehow. Like Fremen raids would be fun to defend against. Making your own siege would be pretty fun. Having siege orgies, like in the books. Did you read the books ever, Victor?
No.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of sci-fi books have like just sex stuff, like weird sex stuff in them, you know, randomly, that people just don't really talk about, but they, you know, sometimes talk about. Okay. Let me go here. Let me go here. Create all label data. Create all colonist data. Create all colonist data. Create all label. This is gonna be all job data, right? Component gonna push display. So instead we're gonna do. What's this? Okay. 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 Get all job tasks. We have to get a list of all the job tasks really fast. We'll do that. It's no problem. I don't even know why it says a list of objects. It doesn't need to just be a list. Have you started your stream yet, Victor?
Yep.
Yes, you have. I say that because just watching programming is kind of boring, I think. So if I can, I'm gonna put you up now.
I'm gonna just
That's more interesting. Pop out. I mean, you should be fine with just one battery. You really have a large scale sort of situation going on that you don't need to have this large scale situation, man. It's like a lot of overkill. You're not like testing a nuke, man, you know? All right. This one here. And we'll put Victor over here. And then we'll exit studio mode. Let's watch Victor's test. It's so many. Also, you shouldn't have two. You just need one. You're putting a lot of variables, that's all I'm saying. You're adding a lot of variables to it that are going to change the outcome of this. That could change the outcome of it. Oh, okay. 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 All right. Couldn't you just place a column? Have you hacked it? Is it your own?
I bought it.
Oh, okay. Because you could just use a column. You could just use it with a colonist to test as well. But if you bought it, then it's yours. You're not going to attack a colonist. But it won't attack a colonist if you bought it.
Yeah.
You trying to bait the cutler or something? What if you just tried spawning something else closer? Like you spawn like a zombie like right next to it or something.
Okay. No. Yeah, zombies good because they're slow.
Doesn't work at all.
No. There we go.
That was a lot of power just used for sure.
That was
Doesn't seem to work at all though correctly. We might just have to remove it from the patch if it doesn't work at all, dude, honestly.
yeah.
I mean, it's not working at all. It's not even attacking things it's supposed to attack. What's the deal with that?
Yeah. No idea.
Right.
Oh, what's that?
Do. Have you made any changes to the Tesla coil entity at all since the last time?
Nope.
I don't think I have as either. So, let's say the Tesla coil isn't doing that much so anyway in terms of gameplay. It's just another turret, and you only acquire it if you go to the tech hub and buy it. But it's not like this thing that you're going to even run into often. It's pretty rare anyway, so not really worth holding up a patch for. What are you loading here? What's this?
Oh, this is my playtest site.
Oh. It just said there's a Tesla coil, so that's why I assumed you're doing something with a Tesla coil.
No.
You're just going to play like this.
Yeah. It would be interesting to test because this is an old entity, right?
I don't know.
If it's from an older site.
I don't know.
And there it's working.
I don't know. Are you positive you made no changes to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might be something unrelated to the actual
Like
Tesla
what,
coil.
then?
I don't know.
Oh. I mean, like, what's a guess you might have?
You fixed like the ranged attack bug. Could
The
have
ranged
affected
attack
Tesla
bug?
coil.
What was the ranged attack
Yeah.
bug?
Where turrets would attack several times.
Oh. Well, it wasn't. It's a projectile bug. It wasn't
Could that
like
apply
it
to
wasn't.
Tesla coil?
Yeah. But it wasn't just the turrets. It wasn't like just a turret thing. But it wouldn't have affected the
Okay.
turret's ability to attack. You can look at the small sentries, for example, and see. And also, it was a code change. It wasn't like a change to any components. So it would still be.
Yeah.
It would still apply to this old entity.
Alright. Oh, could it be the ammo change? Because this one still has the no ammo notification.
No, that's just a UI thing. It doesn't actually affect any. It doesn't influence behavior at all or anything like that.
Alright.
I increased its range from 6 to 8. I don't think that's going to be breaking anything.
No.
Lots of turrets. Is he protecting the red intelligence? That's his brain right there. Victor's the guy that got Sweden to join NATO. I don't know if you know that or not.
No. I keep hearing like the TF2 turret sounds in my head.
That's funny.
Just need to add spies as well.
Oh, spies, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Spies in TF2 is like such a fun thing you could do.
Yeah. It would be pretty funny if all my dudes were red and then the pirates were blue. Like red versus blue. I should embrace the red color theme more.
So what are you playtesting? Like, what's the goal right now? I'm just trying to get you to talk while I'm doing this. What are you doing?
I'm just playing like regularly.
I'm just playtesting.
Should leave the system on.
But you must have some ideas, some things you're looking for, looking towards, you know, keeping an eye out for, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, like issues that would arise.
That's so funny, Vesa Studios. That's so funny. That's so funny, Vesa, that you said that. That's so. I was absolutely reading. I was absolutely reading your message too. It's Victor playing right now, by the way. I'm in the middle of something, just for what it's worth. But okay. Making a colonist job matrix. Victor, 2 days ago I made a change to the Tesla coil entity, but I couldn't tell you what changes I made to it. I mean, I'm looking at the file changes. I couldn't tell you what changes I made to it, though. It looks like I added a mono behavior of some sort. I wish I could be more specific than that. I added a mono behavior. I don't know what mono behavior. I could tell you its file ID, though. Does that help you? It's 8799330152967378. And its GUID is 852BC4A535A935C43886. I don't know if that helps you. I'm guessing this I'm guessing it was a serialization change, though. If I had to guess there. Oh, mono behave. Oh, mono behave these nuts. Although I do recall on your stream playtest that the Tesla coil was not attacking correctly some of the pirates even last week. Because I remember that there were times that I was like, does it not have line of sight or something?
Oh, yeah.
String of Fire, pure dramatic, most powerful violin, fierce orchestral string music. Right, but is it copyrighted? Top 4 comments are in acrylic, so I don't even know what this says.
Oh no, these dead bodies were responsible. Oh my god, everyone says
By the way, with that bug, you said something about, I fixed a turret bug. The bug, as you explained it to me, was that pirate riflemen were attacking colonists multiple times or something like that.
yeah, and turrets.
And also turrets?
Yeah.
All turrets?
I mean the small sentries.
Oh, okay.
let's leave. Oh no, it's not.
This is String of Fire. Pure, dramatic, most powerful violin, fierce orchestral strings music, as a matter of fact. You should probably start a new save for your playtest because I made some balancing changes that affects early game, probably more than it affects late game, I'm thinking. For example, the skill rate change is going to make it take a lot longer for the player to reach the ore tier and the silicon tier, and that might be annoying. But you'll miss that if you just play on a new like a Lotus save like this.
Oh, but this save is from those adjustments.
Oh, okay. Right, but I made changes. But I made balancing changes this week that are going to further reduce the amount of ore and silicon you can get, and it's going to further reduce the amount of time it takes to level up. So it's still a good idea to start from the beginning. In fact, it's almost always a good idea to start from the beginning. But specifically because of the changes, it's an even better idea than normal. Because you'll have access to fewer resources than you did before. So like previously, maybe in one system, there'd be enough resources to level you up to like 10 or something. But now there might not be. So now it might take like 3 systems to level up. I don't know. But there's a chance that it's going to take you a player longer to level up and reach those tiers. I don't know.
Yeah.
You reading that full tag stuff title makes you so happy. That's so funny, Pure Spider. I didn't start. Hold on.
I guess you find it. No, stop. Can't freaking that thing. No. We're gonna stop it here. Oh, this bug was fixed on the last stream. Just
Huh? I heard bug. That's why I paused the music. What'd you say?
yeah, where they're like fighting things,
No, but what about it?
like where they're fighting shelves and
No,
things.
I didn't hear the first part. What you said. What about the bug?
I think you fixed that last stream, and I think this playtest is older than that.
And you think what?
Or this playtest is from that stream, I think, from last week.
Is it happening right now to you? I don't know what's happening right now. Tell me what's happening right now.
Yeah, they're fighting
Oh,
like
okay,
this
okay.
oxygen crater.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
This guy's fighting
I
this
don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna start a new save anyways.
Right.
just that their eating gets interrupted, so there's no way to recover from this. They're all fighting this oxygen grain.
The thing with the warp cores base side is that they allow you to place. Well, okay. The thing about the warp fields is they allow you to build in any arbitrary direction you want. That's nice about them. But then they do a separate thing you're talking about, which separately you can also just claim anything you want whenever you want. Warp away. It's yours forever. It is very powerful. I don't know if it's broken, but it definitely could be broken. It's very powerful. Like, for example, on stream yesterday, I claimed an upgrade module and just left, and you could just do that, you know. But there's an upper cap on how broken it is because, like, best case, you know, you can just get like an upgrade module, you know. So it's very powerful, for sure. I think though, for something to be broken, it like how bad can it be from it? Like, can you circumvent the regular game a little bit, you know? So it could be broken.
No, you see, I can't.
I just like it because I like being able to claim like asteroids. I think it's fun. I think it's fun to be able to claim asteroids. I think it's fun to be able to claim like find something on the map and just take it with you forever. That aspect of it I do like. Now, Victor, you said that you were going to restart your playtest, but you haven't yet. You should just stop and start again, you fucking freak. I'm calling you a freak because you're the Unity editor, you freak. You're not really a freak. You're a freak for trying to press the main menu button in the editor, though. And also, I swear to God, you hovered over the quit button. I swear you wanted to press it, dude.
Yeah.
You can't tell. Yeah, like you can't tell me you didn't want to press that button. You psycho. That's funny. That's so funny. Okay. Get all jobs. Get all jobs. Carol label data. Create all job data. Create columns data. What? Oh, I see. That all jobs. Just a job header. Okay. Well, Victor's stuck in this. I'm gonna go back in the code. Victor can be stuck in reloading domain. It's gonna improve your performance. That's why it matters. That's why it's good to do that because you had such a big save. You know, there's so much going in. Now we're just we're slaves to Unity being slow. Just long reload times. Create permission data. Okay, how about create job data? Job task. Oh, I see. Equals on query all job task dot query all raw jobs. Cost. What's up, PC Max? I forgot that you guys can see my code right now. I thought I was still flipping into Victor, and I was just kind of just thinking out loud. And by out loud, I meant not out loud, the opposite. You know, things went really downhill when someone told me to smoke some weed on the stream. Roadmap button. It's almost like you shouldn't do it as a professional adult if you're trying to work seriously. Discord Victor's back. Tesla foil. Do you know that we have we have a kernel level anti-cheat in this game because Victor doesn't want it to compromise your PvE experience? Victor, what do you think about treating Helldivers like a co-op game and only like a co-op game? Yeah. You just need such a dedicated crew, you know? Or like a consistent crew. Because I feel like a lot of the magic and charm of Helldivers just gets lost so fast with those strangers.
Yeah.
And then like you've kind of done everything there is to do, you know? And then you reach a point where you just understand the meta of it a bit better, and it's like you're just playing it against the difficulties a bit more, and you kind of see like, oh well, if you want to win at like challenging or hard or whatever, you have to do it this way. You gotta do this. You gotta take one of these. Then you're not even having fun anymore. Then you're just like a job, sort of. You're just like becoming like a professional at Helldivers. I don't know. But I mean, I think the base game of Helldivers is so nice, and I think that has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
Did
you hear about the new mechs?
The new mechs? No. What were they like?
Yeah. Apparently there's a planet. I forget what it's called.
When you say new, are they in the game right now, or they're gonna be in the game?
They're gonna be in the game.
But
there's a planet where they're being produced, and it's being attacked by automatons. So there's like a liberation campaign for that planet. And people think that when it's liberated, like they're gonna release the mechs.
I hope so. That'd be a really fun way to do it. And what do you think mechs? What's the speculation on what mechs do?
I assume it's like a stratagem that you summon down, and then you can jump in.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a stratagem. You're right. It's probably a stratagem. It probably would be. But I don't know. It seems like it'd be hard to balance as a stratagem, wouldn't it? Because you'd have like this big mech, and then it's used for maybe traversal around the map. It's faster. Maybe it has awesome guns, so it does damage. Like it's like for a boss fight or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But if it's really good, then it would have to have a long cooldown.
Yeah. And I think it's going to be a huge target too, because there's so much like kiting.
Yeah, it might aggro things. Yeah. I'd like a Big Mac. Is a Big Mac something from the game, or just like a McDonald's Big Mac? Because I don't know. I was thinking Mac like the cannons from Halo. What does that stand for, the Mac? Anybody know what Mac stands for from Halo? The giant cannons, the orbital cannons, that one of them gets invaded, for example, at the start of Halo 2. And you're right there. And you're like, sir, and you're like, permission to leave the station. No, I just want a burger. Yes, what I thought. Yeah. Do-do-do.
How does he not have a helmet?
Do-do-do.
That's not good.
Is job assigned. The magnetic accelerator cannon. Blacklander, I hope you knew that from memory, didn't Google it, but in any case, I appreciate it, because that's exactly what I was talking about. The magnetic accelerator cannon. All job start is assigned. And we're gonna call you job task. Job task. A magnetic accelerator cannon. Isn't that just a railgun? Yeah, it is a railgun based on series, but it's called the Mac cannons. Okay? It's not called the railgun orbital defense. It's called the Mac orbital defense thing. I don't know why. That's just the way it is. And yes, it is just a freaking railgun. That's so funny you say that. Is that just a railgun? Well, yeah, but it doesn't sound as cool if you say railgun. Although it actually sounds kind of cooler if you say railgun. I don't know. Mac sounds pretty stupid. Like, Mac is not intimidating. But also, like, the Covenant doesn't speak English, so I don't think like it matters as much for what you name the weapons. You can rail these nuts. Honestly, Pure Spider, that was a good one, and I didn't expect that coming in a million years. So, I don't care if it's a Mac. Some people call their PCs a Mac, but it's still a damn personal computer. PC's a really weird name, isn't it? Term. When people say PC, they mean Windows. Lies, but I'll take it. It's not a lie, Pierce Spider. Like you did. I didn't think you were gonna say rail these knots. It's a pretty good one, and I thought that was a good one. I mean, it was. I didn't even think it was too much of a stretch. Not enough Batwing situations here. I need to do a first conditional, which is can be assigned. So we're going to do a second conditional. Implement second conditional. Trying to juggle things in your head on streamer is impossible. What are you going to stretch, like your legs or something? I know I started the stream with like a yoga sort of bit, so maybe it's a yoga. I did not mute my mic in time. I tried. It didn't mute. It didn't get the button. I pressed it. Sometimes when I press this button, it doesn't actually mute my mic. Like right now, I didn't press it. I can hear it depressing. They mean Windows, but I love to call Macs a PC in front of Apple people. My God, their panties get twisted. Yeah. Mac people are so strange. And I was just saying to Victor the other day that, like, in terms of, I have an iPhone for the first time, and I think iPhones are just okay. Everyone acts like they're amazing. Like, they're fine. Just like Mac computers, like, they're fine. They're more expensive than their counterparts. You tried for pressing the button, but don't forget it's up your bum. I know, but I put my finger right up there, man. I gotta use my strong pinky from now on. Can job be assigned? Can job be assigned? I don't know, can it? Do 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 do. Because, see, I think, Victor, that with these new balancing changes, it's going to become much more important to control specifically who is assigned to specific tasks. You could just body block. You could just wall off your core. That's what I would do. And then you can still, you used a wall. You don't have to, I mean, it's fine that you used a wall, but I would recommend using something like a shelf that you can move later as needed. But the wall's fine. They'll get around to it, but... You can do the toilet. Yeah, fuck it. Screw it. Put the toilet right there, man. Try clicking on the anal entity. Yeah, just hide that thing.
You said anal entity?
That's the analyzer entity, yeah. Yeah.
I
was on stream, so I only,
like...
in my head, I only type, I think anal entity, and I type in anal entity and find it every time. It's because the entity's name is something like...
Analyzer.
Nanobot station. No, the file name is analyzer, but the entity's name is like something, and then like the label's like core access hatch. Did you just color code your workers based on task? Yeah. I think you did. I always do. That's a great idea. Then you kind of know. And then you're about to experience the reduced resources as well, from a much more real, like a, just a more informed perspective here. Do. Can on query job preference is refused. Colonist job task dot return not. Harper Howard, name that bitch Carper Coward for me.
What was that?
Harper Howard, name her Carper Coward. Just name her Carper Coward. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Weirdest request.
Okay. Job matrix. Job matrix. Job matrix. On job. Clicked.
What's My farmer. Oh no, my farmer went to the mission.
Job matrix. By the way, I confirmed that the Starmancer core bug, where they do that crafting thing, I confirmed that it's fixed in a new game and also it's fixed in a load of an old save. Oh my god, it's updating all the time. Is that what you were thinking?
No.
Go back to Pacifist to mess over it. Oh my god, it keeps moving. That's what I was doing. That's what I was thinking. That was like all I could see when you did that. I was like, oh my god, it keeps updating in real time.
It's a slinker spreading.
Let me ask about breaching. If you set a pawn to have security, they have the passkey thingy for breaches, but I can't get them to breach. I feel like I'm missing something. They need the item as the upgrade module as well. That's not upgrade. What's it called? They need to have the bypass module in their inventory as well.
Yeah. Because it's like confusing. Sometimes I even think that this is their inventory. I'm like,
I don't know if that's what. I don't think that's what he's describing here. I just think I'm just like
no, but there was someone who thought that they had it in their inventory. Like, oh, it's a sign they have it.
Oh.
But they didn't actually have it in their
It could be something else, Spiffy Ball Guy, then, because it's for sure if they're assigned security, they'll do it. But maybe there's something else that's required. I don't think there's a level requirement or anything like that. I don't think so, at least. It could be something like they can't walk to it. But I doubt it. You can try context ordering them and see if it works. And if it does, and they still don't do it for the job, that's just something weird. What's up, Tuxedo? Must be something weird, though, Spiffy Bald Guy. I mean, it could just be a general bug. It could just be a general bug, too. That's the tough thing, too, is like knowing, like, is this a bug or am I just doing it wrong? And the game doesn't really tell you either way. So you're just like, I don't know. I don't know. Tuxedo, your name makes me think of, like, Tassadar. Tassadar.
So these guys are pacifists now, so they won't attack the worm.
They won't attack the worm?
Yeah.
I'm going to add a giant sandworm to the game, like from Dune. Like a space sandworm.
He has both clarity and he's dumb.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of negates itself.
It's more competent.
Oh, decreased skill experience. Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
You know, a space worm that needs space weed. Honestly, the space worms can make the space weed. They can make space leaf. Yeah, is this a bug or am I just dumb? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, is this a bug? I don't even know. Am I just like not bad at this game right now? Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's a bug because I'm dumb. I still, for some reason, I think about this all the time. The time my brother we watched Austin Powers when we were like 8 years old, and my brother says to my mom, "Do I make you horny, baby? Do I?" And I still think about that all the time. How she got so mad at him. It's so funny to me. The older I get, the funnier it is. Just imagine your 8-year-old. Just imagine like you show your sons Austin Powers, and you might think something like, "Oh boy, was this the right thing to do?" It's kind of a bit, you know, raunchy at times. And then later, your 8-year-old son says, "Do I make you horny, baby? Do I?" And you're like, "Oh no, I made a huge mistake." I'm excited to show Austin Powers to my son. I think he'll think it's funny. Have you seen Austin Powers, Victor?
Yeah.
You have to, right? It's so funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if it holds up, but I'm gonna watch it again. I watched it like a couple years ago. It was still kind of funny. But like when you're a kid, if you're like potty humor like that, when you're like 8-ish, that's like just the age. It's so funny. And if he doesn't, I'll just hit him again. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby. Yeah. The guacamole thing also very funny. My 10-year-old son quotes movies. Example, was trying to get him to play and he hit me with this gem from Thor. Do I look to be in a gaming mood? Yeah, that's so funny. It's so funny. Sometimes my kids will do stuff and I start laughing because I think it's genuinely funny. And they're like, what's funny? Like, why are you laughing? I'm like, it's not. It's just how you said it. It's just funny. It's just so, sometimes it'll be so cute. It'll be so funny. Or like there'll be like my daughter who's 4 now, I want to say. That's right. She's 4. She just had a birthday. She's 4. And sometimes like they'll have they'll say something completely serious, but it's a ridiculous statement that they say, whatever it happens to be. And it's just always funny. I mean, like, it's funny if a kid even says something that's completely serious. Like, if I took my 4-year-old to, like, a restaurant and she's like, I want 1 steak, medium rare, please. I would die from laughter from that because that would be so funny also because she's 4 and saying, can I have 1 steak, medium rare, please? Would also be pretty funny, which is my point is that sometimes when you're a parent, they can just do normal stuff and you think it's funny and they're just trying to be a person and they're trying to navigate the world. They're trying to like be like, hey, I'm competent. I've seen you order food before. I'm going to order food. And they do it and they do it great. And we laugh at them. We're like, ha ha ha, that's so funny that it was so good. But, so I'm cognizant of that, but mostly I just go back to beating my son again before school and then it's fine. It's all back.
No.
I still feel bad. I barely even hit him, dude.
Yeah.
I still feel bad about it.
I've seen sometimes when kids hang out with like old people, they pick up that, like their manners.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate when people mispronounce words. I hit my kid because I had to. Because here's the thing. Well, I didn't have to. But what happened is he kept like I was in the truck. I was in my car waiting to drop him off to school. And then like he just comes up and he goes, bam, and just hits me. And I'm like, what? And I did that to him, Just the automatic like boom, boom. But he was at a weird situation. I said it earlier in stream. And I still feel terrible. I'm so racked with guilt over it. Like 1 second later, I was like, I want you to know I wasn't trying to hurt you. I love you. Like, but I still just feel terrible about it. It's like I just still feel awful. But you don't understand. Your son will hit you, man. Yeah, he did. I told him. I'm like, dude. I'm like, if you just hit someone, like you can't just hit someone. Yeah, it wasn't out of nowhere. He hit me, and then I'm like, bam, bam. And by the way, and what happened is he kept trying to get me to play with him. I'm like, I can't play with you right now. He's like, get me. He's like, Daddy, you're not the best. And I'm like, okay. He's like, don't you want to get me? I keep saying you're not the best. I'm like, no. And then he kept like hitting me, doing stuff to me. Oh yeah. And then I'm like, hey, why don't you put your lunchbox in your backpack, And then as soon as he turns around, jumps and smacks me. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. My son at around 18 months, I was on the couch. He was walking around using couch to balance, and he came right over and hit me in the groin, probably the nuts. My leg jerked outward, and I kicked him onto the ground. Right, it's like a reflex. It's like if something like hits you, like an animal hits you, you're like, oh, you're just like defend yourself. You're like, what? What was that? Yeah, and it happens, and then you just feel so terrible because you're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
How did this guy pass out?
Yeah, it's a reflex. It's absolutely a reflex. And it's like this funny idea of a bit. They're like all the dads are like, no, baby, it's a reflex. Just that's how dudes are. But like in our heads, we don't really plan it out, but it's a funny bit. The idea that like we meant to beat our kids, and what we tell the girls, no, it's just a reflex. Yeah, it's just I couldn't control it. But seriously though, I feel so bad. I'm like, oh my God, you kind of hurt my knuckle. That's how I knew. I hit his skull with my knuckle. I think it's probably what hurt the most. He didn't even like cry or anything. He just seemed like, why'd you hit me? Like, and then you just feel so bad. Yeah. It makes you feel bad in a way that's like terrible, but it is kind of funny too, though. And the thing is, he had it coming. Like if anyone else could have hit him for what he did to me, and like he had it coming. He has to learn in life that if you're annoying to people, they can, do stuff. But man. and segues back. Like my mom spanked me sometimes. I remember being spanked, and I just can't. And she spanked me. I remember one time because I crossed the street to get a ball, and she didn't want me to get killed by a car. But we didn't live on a busy road. Like I remember that for sure. Just those type of things. But it just seems so tough. It's just I can't. They're so little, you know. My dad, by the way, my dad never once hit us or spanked us or anything. It's only my mom. I don't know if it's commonplace that like moms tend to do it more than dads. I don't know. I also think that women will hit sort of as like a solution to things sometimes more than men, because men can really hurt each other, you know. But man. And I just mean spanking, not like being abusive. I just mean like spanking, like corporal punishment or whatever, just spanking. Yeah, I don't mean like, you know, you have like a dad who's stressed out, he's mad, he has anger issues, and just takes it out on everybody. I don't mean that. I just mean like just in terms of being spanked as a punishment to correct behavior. That's all, you know? Yeah. Lukewarm takes with Tyler. That's right. Yep. Just kid stuff. Just dad stuff, you know. You're trying to get your kids not to do stuff. Like I can see like for shaking a baby. Before I ever had a baby, I was like, why would anybody shake a baby? That makes no sense to me, right? Like that's so stupid. Like why would you do that, right? But then once you have a kid and you're so tired and it's 2 a.m. and they are screaming at you and you're just exhausted and you know you're gonna be tired for work and it's gonna suck again. I can definitely see how people just get so mad and just for one moment they shake that baby. Just one little instant. But until you're there, you don't realize how truly how frustrating it can be. And you're just so mad. Here's a funny story. When Graham was like 6 months old, or maybe even younger, there was this time he was just wailing, and I was trying to change his diaper. So I just put my hand. I'm like, just stop. Just. He's like, oh, wah, and I'm like this, and he's like, mm-hmm. Anyway, you cover their mouths when they're screaming. It doesn't help. I found that out like immediately. It just makes them scream even more. So, tales of fatherhood. On job clicked. Oh, jeez. Colonist call event name. What the hell's a loaded job? Fatherhood sounds like the patron saint of all ghettos. Dude, fatherhood? Oof. Parenthood. My son saw fit to wait till middle of the night diaper change when I was tired and wasn't paying attention. He peed straight up, and the only reason I noticed is landed on my head. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Spiffy Ball Guy. Like, these things happen. I remember trying to potty train my daughter, and I kept asking her. I was like, hey, do you have to go to the bathroom? No, I don't have to go. Okay, whatever. And then something happened. I don't know what it is. I had to go in the garage for something, right? I come back inside. She had peed on the floor, and like I've been gone for 2 minutes, you know? I was like, did you have to pee on the floor? And then my girlfriend was like, Tyler, this was just an accident. She did not mean to pee on the floor. And I was like, you're right. I'm like, I'm sorry about it. I know that you're just learning how long it takes you to hold in. Like, I know that you're trying to practice. Okay, how long can I hold in? How long can I hold in my pee before I have to go? I know you're just practicing all of that. And you did pretty good. You actually did really great. You almost made it. Like, that's great. Like, you didn't pee on the couch. You did great. Okay. But boy, oh boy, when you're busy and you're just trying to do chores, you just got stuff to do, and then your kids just make a mess that you're like, please don't make this mess. Please don't make this mess. Okay. I'll be right back. But this is going to be a mess if you do this. Okay. And then you leave, and then they do the exact mess. You're like, oh my God. We've all had that middle of Target toy aisle pee-pee. Yeah, running away. Yeah. Where you're like, yeah. By the way, if it was at Target, I would be like, okay, let's get out of here quick. I'm on your side, you know. Also, this wasn't the first time she peed on the floor, to be clear. She had peed on the floor earlier, like just a little bit earlier. And I was like, hey, don't worry about it. Let's just pee, you know? Basic question, can you rotate the whole map while playing? Yeah, there's 2 ways. Victor, show them how to rotate the map. Well, they can't hear you, so you're just doing it like a jerk. Like you're like, you mean this? You can. You can press
Oh, yeah,
B,
it's
press
set
escape.
an X.
Press escape. It shows the control somewhere in there.
Mm,
Somewhere. Rotate camera.
yeah,
Z
yeah.
and X. I said B because of a type in Dvorak. And if you go to options, there's free rotate with middle mouse as well. You can enable free camera rotation with mouse. And if it's on, then you can just use the hold middle mouse and do any rotation you want.
Oh god, this is weird. I never used this.
I use it all the time. And then if you press I think you turn it off because you're like, there's too much power here. When you turn it off, you have to press a different button to like to fix it. Yeah, you can if you press the rotate like Z or X, it'll snap to a 90-degree increment that you like.
Yeah.
I like middle mouse just for getting to the orientation I want to get to. I'm Tyler and I use Dvorak. Okay. What the hell's a loaded job anyway?
Oh, what?
Okay. Job lookup. I say I type in Dvorak not to brag about it, but because I never know the keybinds for things. So I'm like, the keybind's B, but it's actually Z. Hey, Tyler, I wonder what key map you prefer. I think I prefer Dvorak. I do prefer Dvorak. Dvorak is nice. Everyone should type in Dvorak. It's way better than QWERTY. QWERTY was designed for typewriters. Terrible. Terrible. I can type all day, my fingers never hurt. What the hell is job lookup? What even is this? Good God. Good God. So, alright, I guess. Get loaded job 4. Yeah, I didn't think so. Job task assigner.
God, this guy keeps passing out. He has insomnia, but he's not supposed to. Unless
He keeps throwing up. Is that what he does?
No, he passes
Why no
out.
Colmac? Why no Workman? Explain yourself. That's funny. That's funny. I feel like I'm feeling like a middle-aged IT guy failure. I only know QWERTY. Bayside Studios. So the reason you're feeling that way is because you are a failure. Okay, but it's good that you recognize it now before you became an old-aged failure. If you only type in QWERTY, I mean, you thought you were cool, but you're not. So we're gonna go ahead and find some other things for you to type in. Let's go alternative keyboard layouts. By the way, in terms of why it's Coleman, yeah, I'm just kidding. I don't know why I chose Dvorak. I was looking up alternative keyboard layouts. This was about like 2012-ish. I was really big into ergonomics at the time, and I still kind of am. I use a trackball as well, by the way. And Dvorak seemed like it was a good one. So yeah, I never used Coleman. I never used it, so it might even be literally a better Dvorak. But I haven't had issues in Coleman. Coleman, I'm Googling it now. It's actually just like a company that makes like grills and coolers and stuff. So I don't even think it's a keyboard layout. I think you're wrong about that. Keyboard layout.
William Huff.
It's actually Colmac. You're right. It's Colmac. Yeah, it is Colmac. I didn't know. I knew the one you're talking about. What is Colmac layout? What actually is it though? I'm just looking at it and trying to see what the difference is. I see. How am I even going to figure out what's like the logic of it here? The logic of Dvorak is that like vowels are on the left, consonants are on the right, something like that. And the less used words, the less used keys are used for your pinky. You know, it. By the way, Bayside Studios, it takes a long time to switch. I feel like to switch. It took me like, I want to say at least 6 months, at least 3 months of a lot of practice, just to get to like 30 words per minute or something like that. To really get good enough that you can type without having to do anything. And I can't even really type in Dvorak anymore, or in QWERTY anymore. On job task, on job assigned. Job task priority interface component? Job task card? What's this? On job task assigned? What the hell? What am I invoking? Oh my god, I hate that we have this old system for jobs. There's an old job system in this game that still has code that's in the back end that's like, it's fucking kill me. Okay, on job task assigned. Do you remember we had a heads of department system? God. It's not a bad idea, but it's, you remember that? So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Job task. Job task. If you want a straight up better Dvorak, look at Workman. I am looking at it now. I'm just concerned about having to relearning it, you know? What are people's issues with Dvorak? Some people have issues with Dvorak, but I haven't had any issues typing on or anything like that. The thing is, like, it requires so much effort. It requires so much effort to learn a new keyboard layout. So, like, the new one has to be so much better for it to be worth adopting. And I would say that when I was typing on QWERTY, I would definitely have times where, like, my fingers would hurt. Absolutely, if I was on the keyboard, like the computer all day. But now I never have any issues. They never hurt at all, no matter how much I type. Any roadmap for adding natural disasters, failed warps, black hole, stars exploding? Stars exploding would be awesome. Really soon, actually. Probably, I'm thinking next patch will be focused mostly on more quests and more like entities to interact with. And I would like to add things like black holes and more things to the star map. I would absolutely like to add... What's a failed warp, though? That's curious. That's different. But I'd really like to add black holes. I'd like to add different types of stars. I'd like to add... like solar flares. Asteroid impacts. Something like that. And either next patch or probably the subsequent patch. And if the next patch is like a polished patch, then not that. But like the next non-polished patch. The next like content patch. And pirates are like the first pass of like having random things. Workman is based on finger use analysis on Colmac and adjusted for that. That's smart. That's very smart. That's very smart. Something that matters though, for me is I'm a programmer, so I use a lot of weird keys that most people don't usually use. Dvorak obviously doesn't accommodate that either, but just something for me to be aware of. The frequency of my use, my frequently used keys are a bit different. But only a couple, just like the semicolon, you know? Like the parentheses, that sort of thing. Failed warp, like you don't end up in a star system, but rather between systems. That's fun. Yeah, or even, and also being interdicted would be fun as well, I think. So, like, if you try to warp somewhere and there's pirates nearby, they're like, we got you. When you said failed warp, I was thinking, like, the movie Event Horizon or something. Where, like, there's just hell on your base. Like, there's demons on your station now. There is a tool which watches your typing for a while and then builds a key map custom optimized for your personality. That's a really cool tool, Pure Spider. That's really cool. I'm not even opposed to that. I'm worried about learning it, though. I think it's going to be hard. It's so hard to learn it, right? Any new layout. But I don't know. Like, I've been using Dvorak at this point for, like, 12 years. I also once tried to use, downside being nobody would be able to use your key map. You mean the upside of it? The upside of it is that no one can use your key map? Nobody can screw with your stuff at work? I think the one of the most frustrating aspects of using not QWERTY is that if you're at a place where you can't control the keyboard layout, you're going to have to use QWERTY no matter what. Or maybe you're at like a university where you can virtually change your keyboard layout, which is pretty easy. Anyone can do that. You can do it at any time. But then maybe it doesn't store that, so you have to do it every time. But job task. I'm going to be like, is assigned on query job task. Colonist? Do.
Also, the smaller dungeons are really nice when there aren't any big ones.
Yeah, I think so too. And I like that the small ones can exist all the time, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that they're locked though. I think it'd be okay if they were unlocked because they're so
I
tiny.
think so too. Yeah.
Like
But
I don't
also
really think
most
they
of
need to
them
be
have-
locked for this.
Yeah. Most of them have like an alternative entrance as well. So you can still get in.
Do all of them? I don't think all of them do. I think
No, not all of them, but a lot of them have.
well, I didn't hear what you said, but you might have even said most.
I
don't know
said
what you said.
most of them.
Because I've
Fight.
never even tried to get in them because I just figure I can't. But some of them, I don't know the degree to which you even can. There's a bug where they don't drop their equipped items. So I have it written down, by the way. Their equipped item, and I have it written down.
Yeah, it's
And
just
he's probably doing it right now with
using
pizza
the pizza
as a weapon. What's the stats on pizza?
Probably pretty good.
0.4. It's probably not very high.
Oh, the DPS, yeah.
What's that?
I was looking at the health XP.
Ah, yeah.
They're calling health.
They'll level up a lot from eating that one piece of pizza.
Yeah.
But it's because he's level 2 and pizza's like top tier.
Yeah.
Pizza. It's because there's fail safes for dropping carried items. He's just eating the pizza that he was previously using as a weapon. It's so funny to me. There's something hilarious about that. Like,
Perfect crime.
right.
Oh shit, there's more pizza. Damn. One person just eats all the pizza. That's gonna be.
That'll be a healthy individual. I like that
Wait,
in
this time?
Starmancer, pizza makes you healthier.
Yeah.
you guys want to know what I said to Victor last night? I said, is there any chance that the pyramids were built by aliens as an obelisk to increase human intelligence? And he just sends me a Neil deGrasse Tyson face in response.
I'm not even sure what you meant by that.
You weren't sure what I meant by that? An obelisk to increase intelligence, like in
Like,
2001:
do the
Space
pyramids
Odyssey.
have like glyphs or something on them that would teach
No,
humanity
just
something?
a general, just the shape of it, just have that there's a structure you can build, that sort of thing, would be enough of a template, I think, to jumpstart people because monkey see, monkey do, you know. So I think that if you did that, you could like I think that if you can probably teach. There's animals out there you could teach stuff to, and so if you if you were smart enough, you could figure out, okay, how can I teach crows to do stuff? I don't know, whatever, teach them to do stuff. What if that's the pyramids, bro?
Insomnia.
What?
Or is it just the same guy with insomnia? Oh, it's the same guy because I recolored him. I was like, is that a different guy? This insomnia person just keeps passing out.
It's the insomnia.
Yeah. He's a magician.
Do. I mean, I guess I can just call it a permission checkbox. It's not really a big deal. Nothing's gonna happen to me. No. Do. Component adder. Missing references. treadmill, man. ADT, home security systems. ADT. I'm trying to stream for a while today, by the way. Public. I have to eat something at some point. Like, my stomach was just upset yesterday and today. I don't know what it's all about. Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. I'm trying to get Graham. I'm trying to get my kid to do jujitsu. I think he'll really like that. Do you know what jiu-jitsu is, Victor? Like, you know, like it's just like wrestling, basically. Like, you know, like that much about it, you know?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it's just wrestling. It's just wrestling, basically. Because little boys love to wrestle, and it's very practical, and you can train it basically without hurting each other. Like if you're doing boxing, in order to train it, you have to hit each other sometimes. You can't not get hit or hit each other, you know? You're just sort of injuring each other. But in grappling, you're not really injuring each other. You definitely can get injured. But mostly you're just trying to get them to give up. You know, you're trying to be like, hey, I got you. You're being submitted. You know, I have you in some sort of submission. You know, you're screwed. If you can't go hours straight without eating and sleeping, not a real gamer. That's the thing. But here's the thing, Blacklander. I found that the older I get, now I'm 31, I absolutely can and do go not days, but a long time without eating or sleep. And I pay for it now. Like it's not free. Like when I was a kid, when I was younger, I could just do that. But now I can't do that. Now I have to eat well. I have to eat consistently. I have to get sleep, or else it just doesn't work out for me. Because the problem is I'll sit here all day and not eat. And I do it like every day. And like if I'm in the middle of something, I'm not leaving till it's done, you know? Because then you have to get back in that headspace. It's just going to take way longer. Also sound effects next patch. That's in there. Anything not in a warp zone will be lost forever in warping.
Oh no, this guy's sniping. See it on the floor next to a monster. Aim sick. And he passed out.
That's a sad boy. Victor, how do you feel about pork? The meat, like pork. I don't mean bacon. I just mean like just like pork chops.
I mean, I'm vegan, so I don't eat it.
Yeah, but at some point in your life, you've had it. Have you been vegan your whole life?
No.
Right, but at some point you've eaten it.
Wait, what was it specifically?
Pork.
Pork.
Pig meat.
Any pig meat?
Well, I'm thinking not necessarily like hot dogs or sausages or bacon, but just like a pork, just like a pork chop or something like that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I was asking. I made pork chops last night, but I don't like pork as much for whatever reason, and that's what I had for breakfast as well. And I was thinking about in a second going down and eating some of it. That's why I said my brain. But I like chicken and beef the most, I think.
Pork can sometimes be really sour.
Interesting. I think I know what you mean. I think I know what you mean. That's the way the flavor is. I've had like really good pork chops at like restaurants and stuff, or like if they're done really well, like they can be great. But in general, I just don't really like pork that much. Even bacon, I don't like that much. I like 2 pieces of bacon is enough bacon for me.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What's your go-to protein source then?
Tofu.
What is tofu?
Beans.
Is it like soy
Soybeans.
or something? Is that what that is actually?
Yeah.
And soy just has protein in it the way like beans have protein in them.
I mean,
Right.
they are soybeans, so they are.
Oh, I didn't know
beans.
they were like a legume. I didn't know they were the same thing as like a kidney bean. I don't know. I didn't know. Are they the same thing as like a kidney bean? That same type of bean?
I mean, they're called soybeans, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what they actually look. I don't even know what they look like. I have no idea what a soybean even looks like. I know what a sugar
Green.
beet looks like from my dad, but I don't know what a soybean looks like. I say that because a sugar beet does not look at all like what you'd think it would look like. A sugar beet looks like some sort of potato or something. Like you would never think, oh, this is where sugar could come from.
Guess I should research something.
How long have you been vegan for?
Like a year, more than a year.
Overall, do you like it? You haven't stopped.
Yeah.
So you must overall
No.
like it, you know.
Yeah.
Just seems like a lot of effort, right? Maybe I'm wrong,
Well,
but it just
not
seems like a lot
really.
of effort to plan what to eat because you can't. And because I can't eat gluten, so I know what it's like to only have access to like a subset of the foods that everybody else has access to, you know.
Yeah.
And so, if you're,
I mean, you get
going-
used to it so quickly.
well, yeah, I mean, you can get used to anything, like you know. But I just meant it's just seems like you have to figure out a new source of what's my new source of protein, what's my new source of this and that, you know. You can't have cheese anymore. Even I'm just thinking of little things you can't eat, you know.
Yeah, but it's like there's vegan cheese, so I used to replace everything that I used to eat with something that's.
Isn't that
like
more expensive
vegan
though?
at all.
Probably
No?
more expensive. It's got to be more expensive than regular, than
I mean, it's
I
like
say regular
vegan
cheese because it's
butter.
actual cheese and not just cheese. It's not just a product that's trying to taste like cheese. You know?
Yeah.
Right, but it's got to
It's
be
like
more
vegan
expensive.
butter is like less expensive than.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's because like most things plant-based are. I mean, they're usually less expensive to produce, but sometimes they're sold as more expensive just because they're like vegan.
I can understand that they don't have like an animal to, but sometimes animals can be cheaper to. Depending on like if you can raise cows in places that you can't grow crops, for example, you know, like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
My concern about
But then
plant-based
again-
things is the nutritional value of them as well. If it's just full of weird, you know, plant oils, that sort of thing, I'd be concerned about that.
Yeah, but I mean, meat has a lot of weird stuff.
Oh, I don't know, but I'm just saying like, but if part of the reason is to go for health reasons, right? If it's like, okay, let's compare one to the other. I'm just saying as an individual, like I've always heard that, for example, the imitation meat is just really bad for you.
I mean, there were people saying like it's not like super good, but it's still better than regular meat.
You're saying it's healthier for you.
Well, I mean, there are of course a
Oh,
lot
because you're saying
healthier
better, because better
alternatives.
could mean taste, but I meant like you probably mean
Well,
like in terms of health or something.
I mean, like compared to like a regular.
Yeah, I know, but
Meat
but better in
burger.
what way? Like in what you mean? Like taste? Do you mean health? Like what do you mean? Nutrition?
No, I mean like healthier than like a regular burger.
yeah. So I was asking just to clarify what you meant, because you always said it was better. So yeah, you mean healthier, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what they are. Milk and meat lobbies are kicking and screaming. I could imagine that that's a big part of it. See, because I never know anymore. I don't know what to believe with news sources at all, with anything. So, if I read an article that says, "Hey, meat's bad for you," who's behind that? If I read an article that says, "Hey, this processed, this fake, this like whatever it's called, impossible meat's bad for you," why? Who is behind that? I don't know. I never know. I never know how I'm supposed to feel about things or if it matters. So it's so tough. I've never had any vegan cheese so far that's tasted good, but I'm sure it exists out there. But I've never had any because there's some overlap between like gluten-free stuff and like vegan stuff, you know. So they'll be like, hey, here's a pizza and it's gluten-free and vegan.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, oh my god, this is awful. Ugh. But it's like, but like in my case, I'm describing a frozen pizza. Those don't taste that good anyway. You know.
Yeah.
So, just being fair about it. The whole part of a balanced diet is all lobby bull crap. Well, see, the things that I've heard about the Impossible meat is all of the oils that they put into it, just different. Like, I don't know the different. I'm speaking out of beyond what I know, but like, and it's not that complicated. But like sunflower oils and those sorts of things, those aren't good to eat. But again, I don't know.
I think it's.
Again, I'm speaking a bit out of turn here, so don't take the specifics of what I'm saying.
Yeah, but there's one oil. I think it's either palm oil or sunflower. I think it's palm oil that's a bad oil.
Yeah.
And then they replace it.
Is that from like a palm tree? Oil. Is that a stupid question? I don't even know.
I think so.
I don't even know. Like.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's like an oily substance in like palm trees that we just eat sometimes?
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound insane?
And I think that's significantly.
It's like maple syrup kind of, but still maple syrup is tasty at least.
Yeah.
Like what the hell is canola oil? I don't even know what any oils are. Good. I understand olive oil because olives are so greasy or oily, you know.
Yeah.
Like what's a sunflower oil?
It's like the healthiest one.
Palm oil is mainly bad because of how devastating it is to farm. Okay, so like maybe it's very water intensive or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like meat for ethical reasons, but I haven't been convinced that there's a nutritional argument against meat.
I mean, there's been like those Netflix documentaries.
I don't believe any documentary. They're always so biased. They're just filmmakers. I don't buy any documentary from any point.
Yeah.
But they're a great starting point, though. I think documentaries are a great starting point. Like, it's like they'll make a claim and then like, okay, let's Google this claim. Let's figure out what the reality is of the situation. So I think documentaries are great for that because at least they're giving you a point of view and then later on determine if it's true or false, you know. But I think there's a lot of documentaries that are not totally honest, you know, about anything, and not just about a vegan documentary. Just any documentary, I think, can be.
Yeah.
Like for example, if you're doing a vegan documentary and you're pro-vegan, you have that bias. I think you'd be more likely to not include subjects that don't have a good reaction to being vegan in it. You know, like you're like already kind of. Like I think that if you were doing a documentary about like a guy who murdered people, you probably would only include guests that were like, yes, that guy was awful. You probably would include dudes that were like, yeah, he was great. He was a good dude. Or like if it was controversial, I mean, like if it was like the Making a Murder thing from forever ago. I never watched it, but from what I understand, it was a little bit it was very misleading from the point of view of the documentarians. But I never watched it. I don't know. Also, by the way, Biden had his State of the Union address yesterday. He didn't, and from all reports, he didn't seem to be like a senile old man. So, by the way, he was able to articulate himself. I didn't watch it. I didn't listen to it. But from all accounts, he didn't come across as like a senile old man. I know that like it's a speech that's prepared for him. They weren't necessarily his own words, and so that's a different. You know, it's one thing to be able to just talk like a puppet. It's another thing to be able to have your own thoughts. But in any case, people say it was good. So I think that'll help him in the election. Oh, shocker. Do you think both sides using propaganda techniques? No, only the other side. Pure Spider. Like imagine if, like I like to talk about the Trump one. Imagine if you're Trump and the news says that you paid Russian prostitutes to pee on you, and you know that is not true at all. There's an element in which that's kind of funny, like to you. You're like, I'm not going to disprove. This is so stupid. Or like imagine if you're Barack Obama and someone says Michelle Obama's a man, and you're like, no, she's not. That's so stupid. And then people on the other side say, it'd be so easy to prove it. Just show me a single picture of her pregnant or show me anything. Why haven't they done it yet? And it's like, they haven't done it yet because it's not true, guys. Because it's ridiculous. Like they don't have to. But anyway. The State of the Union thing, yeah, I think it was pretty good. I didn't listen to it yet because it was last night at 8, and I was just tired and putting my kids to sleep and stuff like that. But But anyway, I mean, so yeah, burden of proof. Yeah, but like again, imagine if you know that something is not true at all, like just not even a little bit true. You'd be like, okay. Like if someone, like imagine if you're Obama and someone like Trump says you're not even an American, you can't even run. Where's your birth certificate? Again, like imagine that, but you know that what they're saying isn't true, and you're busy. By the way, you're busy doing stuff. If you make a claim, you prove it first. I agree. And there's a lot of people that don't seem to understand that sometimes. They make a claim and they're like, well, can you prove that I'm wrong? And you're like, no. Can you prove that you're right? You have to prove that you're right first. I don't have to prove you wrong. You have to prove yourself right. And then they'll pull up pictures of Michelle Obama on like news shows with like what looks to be a hog inside her pants. And you're like, okay, there has to be another explanation. First of all, even if it's not edited, like, okay, but what if I told you there's got to be another explanation? Because if Michelle Obama if she was a man, okay, there's no way she'd make it through the vetting process. Barack would not have become president if he was married to a man who's praying to be a woman, and you go in front of world leaders. Like, that's no way to hide a secret if that's a big deal. It's just so silly. Or how about the people who think that Joe Rogan is a CIA plant because he has Mike Baker, a former CIA operative, on the show? Like, that's his guy. If you were a CIA asset, you wouldn't put the CIA on your show. You would do other stuff. You wouldn't do that. It's so silly. Anyway, I don't know. It's her emergency banana. Duh. Right. Duh. I just get hungry sometimes, man. There's no pockets. Women's clothing have no pockets. Sometimes you have to put a banana in your pants. Is that what it is, you think? Yeah, that's probably it. Also, Flint, Michigan, I'm pretty sure still doesn't have clean water. But I'm pretty sure that's because it's just a complicated issue and the infrastructure just is terrible and stuff like those sorts of things. And there's no money and it's just awful. Dude, I have a huge, that's so funny. Yeah, I have a big banana in my pants too, so. No, not my penis. I was trying to think of, there's got to be some sort of circumcision, peeling a banana joke in there. Like, oh, is it trimmed? But I don't know what the joke is yet. I didn't get my son circumcised for real because I think it's unnecessary. And there's like a weirdness when you tell people that you didn't. If you're in a culture where it's common to circumcise and you don't circumcise, people are like, what? Okay. All right. Because real talk, like I was circumcised and I wished I wasn't. Like I always felt but I always felt like something was kind of taken from me. Like I always felt like, well, I didn't choose that. Like some part of my body that is supposed to be there is not there anymore. I never liked it, So I didn't circumcise since. And like my nephew, who was born 4 months earlier, was circumcised. And I tried to talk to my sister, like, I don't think you should. Oh my God, I had these friends even. And my friend's like, well, my girlfriend's a nurse, and she says that circumcision is like totally normal. I'm like, yeah, she's a nurse. What's happening right now? Good God. But there's this defer to expert sort of thing. And then people say, and then people will say like, yeah, but here's the thing. It's a lot easier if you just do it now. Like they were just born. Just get it out of the way. That way, if they need it, don't need it, just get it out of the way, man. And I'm like, and trying to convince American men that most people in fact do not need to be circumcised, like it's very difficult to convince people of that. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? It's weird. It's very weird. But I think because they're just, from their point of view, just circumcise the baby, you take care of the problem, there's no issues, but they don't think there's issues from it, right? But at a minimum, there's decreased penile sensitivity. Doesn't that matter?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just a horn dog. Maybe that's me. I'm like, I just want sex to feel even better. I don't know. In any case, I didn't circumcise my son. I figure if he wants to get circumcised, he can circumcise himself later. If there's medical issues, he can do it later. And by the way, in terms of pain, but what issues would ever arise? Are you talking about issues, Pierce Spider, from being circumcised or from not being circumcised? Because from not being circumcised, there's some minor issues, like an inability to get an erection and stuff like that, I think. And I think there's some types of penile cancer. There's like some rare issues. And obviously it could probably get infected. Just if you don't wash, you could probably get infected. Those are the main issues, right? They do exist. I've Googled it. They do exist. So there's some types of penile cancer, probably rare. There's some issues where like getting like when you get erect, where like there's issues there. These are rare though. These are, like I said, these are rare issues. and then you have to bathe. Yeah, yeah. But the way I say it is, the way I see it in terms of hygiene, the vagina is way filthier, probably, right? In terms of like what you have to keep clean. Like if you have a daughter, you already have to have some awareness of, okay, I need to have good hygiene. Just do the same thing for your son. Like, yeah, you have to bathe. You mean you have to bathe? Yeah, you have to bathe. You have to bathe.
I mean, this just sounds ridiculous to Europeans.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Like you try to explain to them, like, hey, there's a whole continent of men who are not circumcised, and there's not these epidemic of issues like you're acting like there's going to be issues.
Yeah.
This is America. If we can do something wrong, we absolutely will, and we'll take that to 7 new levels wrong. Yeah, Americans, like, there's like this attitude, we really defer to tradition and to like authority or appeal. Like, it's like we kind of think that once something is done, that's just how it is. That's just the way it is, and then we just keep doubling down on that and just keep going more and more and more. You know, like for example with circumcision. Now Americans, you have to convince them why they shouldn't circumcise because they assume that circumcision is just the default option. So they just, like, so tell me why I shouldn't. Convince me that I shouldn't, otherwise I'm doing it. You know, and it's crazy. Like it should be the opposite. Like what? How about instead? Why don't I convince you why you're supposed to cut this? Like, oh my god, it's crazy. It's crazy, isn't it insane? I just can't imagine. The first thing your child experiences, and one of the first things he experiences in life is pain. It's like, God, that's so tough. And it's unnecessary. Ugh. I think it's a bit weird when people, like, get babies, their ears pierced. It's a little bit weird because you're kind of hurting the baby, you know?
Weird. Yeah.
Like, even that's a little bit strange to me and not nearly as painful. I wonder if my daughter's going to want her ears pierced at some point soon. She's 4. She probably will, right? Because she's going to see the other girls, like the adult women, you know. She'll be like, well, they have their ears. They're so cool. They're so pretty. Look at that. I want to have pretty stuff. Like, Mommy has ears pierced. Look at that. Ooh. I want my ears pierced, too. Sometimes they like to put on fake tattoos. That's fun for them.
Are those like that you rub?
Yeah, like the rub-on ones. Yeah. Yeah. Our daughter was 7. Yeah. And then implants and Botox is next, yeah. And one day she will, and she's gonna decide she's gonna want it. And I think at 7 it's fine. I think that's more than old enough. Even like my daughter's 4, and I would still almost be like, well, all right, if you want to. Like, I don't know how much it hurts. I've never had my ears pierced. I imagine it hurts though. I've never had it done though. Does it hurt more than a shot, like a vaccine shot? I don't know. Probably, right? Because it's like a bigger hole, a much bigger hole. But it's in like a weird cartilage, is that cartilage? I don't know. But it's in like that weird lobe spot. So I don't know. I imagine it hurts. Victor, how do you feel about people who have gauges? You know what a gauge is in their ear? It's like a big hole. They fill it with like giant. They just try to make it as big as possible.
I mean, I think it's cool. As long as
I think it's gross. I'm glad we're on opposite sides here. I think it's so disgusting.
Yeah.
I just think it's so when it's taken out, it looks disgusting. There's a giant hole in their body. I think that's gross. I'm like, it's so gross to me. Your big old hole in your body. Ugh.
We have those like tribes that have like those huge.
And that's gross too. When they take them out in their lips, they take them out. It looks disgusting. It's so gross. I'm so glad I didn't come over to Europe, dude. But for real though, like those types of body modifications, I don't like. I'm not into that type of stuff. I'm cool with like tattoos.
You don't need to make a huge hole like a stamp or something. You take it out. You can just like stretch it, sort of.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. It's just not for me. It's not for me, man. I think too many piercings are weird. People like I don't like even like a septum piercing. I think it's a bit weird. I think piercing starts Simpsons. Like I guess I've never been a fan of too much body modification, and I don't really like. I don't know. That's just me. I don't know. I just think a woman looks at her best when she's completely naked. Just the Michael Scott's quote from The Office, but that's just I appreciate like raw naked beauty. Like what do you look like aesthetically? Like your body, you know. Like if you take off all your clothes, you know, are you pretty? Are you beautiful? Like you know, that's to me is what I've always cared about more than the other stuff. It's like working out, you know. That sort of thing. Having nice skin. You know?
So what am I doing on this?
What is this system? There's nothing in here. Or did you already,
Yeah,
did you already get
mine
everything?
or
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. How come C4 is in 2 separate like things? Did you like order it and cancel it or before something weird like that?
Yeah. It's
I've
like
never
one
seen
here,
this.
then that's
What'll happen if you
27.
mark it? I bet it's gonna be weird. I bet if you mark that one, it's gonna do both. Yeah. Okay. So I bet the cap is 27 or it's 28. It's not a big deal,
Yeah.
but because you're still just gonna get one C4. It is a bug, but like, at least you're still just gonna get one C4 out of it. I also think that many tattoos are stupid too, by the way. And I say that I have an astronaut squirrel on my arm, but like I still think that like many tattoos are kind of stupid. I think that people just get. I think that like when people get like a random eclectic collection of tattoos that has no aesthetic anything, I don't like that. But again, to each their own. Like I don't. You know. I'm sure they could be great people. I'm never gonna be their friends with a freak who has a gauge. You know. But like. I mean, I'm gonna lock my doors if they come near me or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm rolling up my windows. I also think that like when you get a tattoo, a new tattoo is so fun because it's so shiny, and I think it's like people. What else can I get a tattoo of, right? And that's why I keep getting more and more tattoos. But like 10 years, 10 years after you've gotten your tattoo, it doesn't look. It looks faded. It looks weird. Once you're 40, it just starts to look different too. I'm talking about that random eclectic collection of tattoos that a lot of people have now.
Oh, there's some broken objects in there.
Like I know a person that's got like a flower over here, but a skull over here. You know, Sailor Moon on the leg. You know. Yeah, and it's like it's just it's just kind of random stuff. You know, it looks like the room of like a teenage girl or something. They have posters up everywhere, kind of. It gets to be a little bit like that, where it's just showing things that you've been interested in your life, kind of.
Yeah. I need to play something to block this.
Now, Victor, here's a real question. How do you feel about people who color... Tell me, Pure Spider, you're gonna gauge these nuts, dog? I've been thinking about getting the outlines of my patchwork sleeve done with UV ink. That's pretty cool, actually. If you're being dead serious about this, that's actually kind of cool. With UV ink, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so that's fun. That's fun.
We're gonna talk about people who color
their eyes. Yeah. Like black. Like the whites of their eyes are black. That's crazy to me. That's too far.
It does seem dangerous.
It does seem... It seems a little bit reckless, right? Like oh my god.
It wouldn't be worth the risk, but I mean, it looks cool.
I'm guessing that the UV, by the way, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, how long does the UV even last for? I was like, whatever. Like you need like a special thing to even see it. It's like whatever. Yeah. But yeah, those eye tattoos, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Yeah. By the way, the color, they have new color for tattoos. I got my tattoo a couple years ago and the color's holding up pretty okay. Like, yeah. So they have like new colors, and so they might even have like new inks that work better than they used to as well, you know? It doesn't last, it's not fluorescent, it just shows up. Oh, okay, so it lasts forever then. Like it's not the fact that, yeah, it doesn't not last, I see. That's cool too. That'd be really cool for like a rave, like any situation in which there's like UV lights, like any situation in which there would be one, that would be so cool for that. I guess like for tattoos, it's like I just want people to just be themselves, like just be an extension of yourself, you know, just like whatever is you, you know, like okay, if you're a creepy guy with gauges, okay, just be you, man, just express yourself. But just be aware that if you have gauges, you look a little bit spooky to other people, and if you dye your eyes black, people are gonna think you're a demon. Like, it's so scary. You look so scary. I've seen it in real life. One of my family friends' girlfriends, this is like a young, like whatever, but like a family reunion or whatever, or the boyfriend had those done. It's kind of like spooky. It's like, okay, yeah. All right. And by the way, those people, they're never, in my experience, they're never really like intimidating people. It's just kind of like it's usually the weird guys who get it done. It's not usually like guys. It's not like a member of MS-13. Well, maybe they're doing that too to show that they're badass, right? But in my experience, it's been, you know, it hasn't been like hardcore people that get done. So they're not scary in a traditional sense. Everyone still tries to be nice to them. But it's just like, it's just more like off. It's like, it's just unsettling or something. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. Like, everyone be normal. His eyes are black. Let's calm down. But he's got black eyes. Let's be aware of that. So, okay, this is normal. I'm talking to a man with no irises. This is fine. Or whatever the hell the white part's called.
No, the irises is in the card, and then it's the eye whites.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But sometimes Bayside, I don't know how long it lasts, but my only point Bayside is that there are new inks and new ink techniques that have existed, like they've been developed within the last like 10 years. So there could be new inks that last for longer and stuff like that. I don't know, but I don't know. But I'd always be concerned with the fading. When the tattoos are new, they're so fun. They're so nice, you know. Especially if you like your tattoo. I guess if you don't like it, it's probably a bit weird. You're probably like, okay, this is me now. I want to finish up my arm sleeve at some point. It's just like, I don't want to have to deal with the healing, you know? This is my only tattoo is this. Just this. Little acorn chip. I want to finish up the whole thing. But for me, I like the color of it, you know? What's Saniderm? Is that like a thing? What is that? Is that for the healing you're talking about? Because what I used for my, I used some sort of liquid bandage when I got this tattoo, and let me tell you, no itch, no issues whatsoever. It was perfect. I lotioned it up. I used this liquid bandage that the tattoo artist used and recommended. I had 0 issues. But in terms of healing, I was thinking more about like, just trying to stay out of the sun at first in the summer, just because we're here in the summertime. It's the only time we go outside. It's a waterproof sticker. Interesting. Yeah, because I used to spray, and again, I found the spray was great. My skin did not dry out at all, and I put lotion on it in case any part did crack. And again, I found that was great. Anytime I see someone who has like a plastic wrap around their arm, I'm like, ooh, that's not. You shouldn't do that. You put it on, leave for a week, and you're healing. Basically, that sounds great. Yeah, that sounds really nice. Every time I go outside in the sun, too, like if it's bright out, I sunscreen my tattoo as well. But I don't think it matters so much anymore now that a couple years have passed. I think I don't need to do that really anymore. But in the early days, they recommend doing that. And when you pay like so much money and you tattoo something on your body forever, you're like, okay, well, I want it to look nice. Like, you know, like if you got a new car, you're like, well, I'm going to take it to the car wash every day. It still matters. Sunscreen prevents fading. I still do it. I didn't even know. It's just like and also, by the way, the sunscreen makes it look awesome because it makes it so shiny. So I you know, just picture me shirtless, 8-pack, perfect pecs, perfect triceps, glistening. I mean, it's perfect. It's perfect. I don't look like that right now because it's not beach season, obviously. Right? The beach season will be there. It's perfect. 8-packs are kind of weird, by the way. You're kind of the old Pure Spider's like, I can't even imagine that. You're about to. My pocket banana would burst. Cream de la cream or something.
Need way more ore.
But the older I get, Victor, the less that I find skinniness attractive. Like in terms of like an 18-year-old skinniness. Like a 20-year-old skinniness, you know? And like an 8-pack to me now, like that's just so, it's too skinny. That's so skinny if a person has an 8-pack. 4-pack is like fine. 4-pack is fine. You barely even need that, you know? When I look at like young people now, like they just look tiny. They look tiny to me, like so skinny. Like, so I googled it. The general consensus is that UV ink lasts for at least a few years. If you keep it out of the sun and protect it from UV sources, it can last a lifetime. Typically 5 to 8 years, though. That's not bad, though. That's not bad. I think the idea of having a secret tattoo is fun. So like any other ink. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, but yeah, just like any other ink, but still, whenever you're doing these new exotic things, it's you know, it's something to think about. Like, okay, what is this gonna look like in 5 years? And that matters. Even, by the way, for college too. Like, I can't believe the number of people who get degrees and then can't find employment with those degrees that they got. And the reason I can't believe it is because it's like, you had 4 years and you could look up, like, you can just look up, type jobs. You could look up jobs, be like, let me find something. Or maybe what happens is that people get degrees and they see that there are jobs, but they don't understand the competition. They don't understand, like, yes, there are some jobs. However, there aren't enough jobs for all of us. Maybe that's what happens with people. Because you could Google something like, might Google degree in writing, and then you look up jobs that are hiring, and maybe you can find some. They're like, oh, if you have a degree in writing, like, here's a job, it pays $80K a year, and you're like, that's pretty good, okay. Maybe that's what happens with these people, I don't know. But a lot of people get degrees and then cannot find employment, and I don't understand what happens. That explains my agency perfectly. Hell yeah, Bayside Studio. Everyone born in 2000 got sold a dream that everyone should go to college and get a degree. Yes, and they didn't even think about it. I was from that generation. I graduated high school in 2010. I was from that generation of people who just went and got a degree. And I remember even talking to people when they were going to, like, before they were freshmen in college, and being like, why are you getting this degree? My friend got a bachelor's in psychology, and, you know, I'm kind of like a dick sometimes, like, or at least blunt. And I'd be like, that's silly. Like, I said a bachelor's in psychology is not useful. You have to get a master's or like a PhD in order to do anything with that, man. We have a bunch of random degrees in my agency that have zero chance of getting a job somewhere else. That degree. Yeah. And you have to ask yourself, like, you did this for 4 years. For 4 years. Your freshman year, okay? Your sophomore year, okay? You still have a lot of flexibility here. You might, you know, you may have some classes that won't transfer. Okay, maybe you took, okay. Okay, you have 2 years. Now you're 20, okay? And now it's your junior year, and you're still there. And now you're senior, might as well finish it out. I went this far, might as well do it, and then you're senior, right? And that's what happens. It's for 4 years. Same with the loans amount. And by the way, you consent to the loan amount as well, and that's something that I hate. It frustrates me. An aspect of student loan debt that frustrates me is the aspect of it where I feel like people want someone to bail them out for a mistake they made. And here's the thing. I can make a lot of fuck up mistakes when I'm 18 years old, and nobody's going to help me. I can buy a house, I can buy a car, I can join the military, I can get a stupid tattoo. I can do all sorts of things that were bad decisions. And then I have to learn from those mistakes, and nobody bails us out for that. And I know there's also an argument that, like, hey, well, wouldn't it be nice if someone did bail you out from that, Tyler? Maybe it would be. But the world we live in is one where you can mess up your life. You can really mess up your life. Ugh. Just before COVID, we hired a lady with a master's in 16th century Italian musical composition. Yeah, like what? Right, what is that? That is so indulgent. That is such an indulgent degree to have. 16th century Italian musical composition. Hey, wouldn't it be nice if you needed student loans in the first place? Yes, but let me ask you something else. Wouldn't it be nice if you needed the degree in the first place before you even got it? Wouldn't that be nice? Because a lot of people get degrees they don't even need. If you can't get a job with a degree, and there's no facts that the university has you couldn't get for free on the internet, what is the purpose of going to the college in the first place? Make it cost $1 billion if you want, and see, you know, whatever. I'm just saying, like, if you got the degree and it was free, it would be just as useless. It's not the cost of it that makes it useless. More people should go to trade school. I think so too, and they certainly shouldn't, like, look down on trade skill jobs. I'm in an area, like, I live in Bay City, Michigan, and it's pretty much all trade skill area. Like, you can work like the hospital, senior living, something with old people, so something with healthcare, or it's pretty much just trade skills, mostly. By the way, if you get like an engineer, I think there's a lot of useful degrees. Like, I even think a liberal arts degree is useful because it can educate you about the world and critical thinking. Like, I think lots of things are, you know, even if you can't get a job from it, I still think it can be valuable. It can still have value in your life. But when a degree costs the amount it does, and then you're choosing to get a bachelor's in writing, it's like, man, like, you just understand what you're doing here. Like, you're not just learning to learn because you love to learn. You're going into a lot of debt. I am a supervisor. I hire people. I absolutely believe that 4 years of experience in that job is more valuable than 4 years degree in that field. Me too. Me too, 100%. Me too. Also, I think it's good to recognize that a college degree is used as a filter mechanism in many industries. So if you have a degree compared to someone who doesn't, you are going to, you know, when people apply for a job, like, do they have a degree? No. Okay, we're gonna reject this, and we have this huge stack of people who do have degrees. So this is pretty good. Fewer people. So it'll get you closer to your target at times. But the degrees themselves, in my opinion, make no bearing on competence. I think that competence is on an individual basis almost always. Like even being in a position in which you should probably be competent isn't really a guarantee that you are competent at all. So competence is something that's interesting. But like in terms of a general bachelor's degree, there's a lot of useful things that you're going to get from a degree that you might not get from 4 years of work experience. For example, if you get a bachelor's degree from Saginaw Valley State University, it's a school near me, you have to take some classes in writing, for example, and that's going to improve your ability to write. That's so useful for any business application, even for personal life. I mean, it's so important learning how to articulate your thoughts, okay? And that's something that you are learning from college, and that is valuable. That's not useless, you know? So I'm not saying that college is useless, but in terms of being competent at your job, you know, that's a feeling, you know? Back in the day, you didn't even need a law school degree to be a lawyer. I think it's dumb. I think it's a little bit, I don't know. I think you can just pass the bar still, by the way. I don't know. But I think it's stupid that to be like a pharmacist or a doctor or a nurse, you have to pass like a nursing exam that's administered by your state, which proves that you know enough about being a nurse to be a nurse. But also you have to get a degree from a recognized university. And I don't understand why you have to do both of those things, right? Like, the only purpose of the university should be to prepare me for the doctor's exam or the pharmacist exam or the nurse's exam, as almost like it's nothing to do with the policy, right? It should almost be like a private thing. And if I can study really hard, I can learn all this stuff, you know, and I can do it. But instead, you have to pass it and also have a degree, which is nuts. And I know that there's an argument like, okay, well, there's so much they have to learn. I know, but how can we guarantee that they know all that stuff, you know? It's probably because he died in the airlock. Also possibly because someone doesn't have, like, could be because there's some other thing, too. But I think he thinks he's still in the airlock or something. Try having someone else walk through the airlock. I might reset it. Also, if you move the airlock, you should reset it.
You have someone walk.
My friend, after the power update, oh, hang on. Which route will you? Okay, I'm sorry. You're saying I'm your friend. Okay. Which route will you follow? Is it possible? Thank you for your dedication. Yeah. I'll tell you actually. No problem. We have it planned out, man. We have it planned out. I'm loading up our project thing right now. PC Max_Jaws, so I can show you. I can tell you in more thing. So our immediate next patch is probably going to be a polished patch. By the way, I'm going to look into some performance issues that we've been having. And some little balance things. So the next patch is going to be a tiny polish patch. But after that, let's look for some cool things. I'm reading things. Sound effects. That's always fun. Way more random events. I have random asteroid spawn space chicken. I want to do that. Homesick mechanic I might do with colonists. Oops, don't mark that complete. No, undo. Okay. Uh-oh. Where is it? Uh-oh. Hold on. I undid it, but I don't see it now. Uh-oh. Well, PC Max_Jaws, you've caused us to destroy everything, so. Uh-oh. You shouldn't have asked your questions. Okay, that's back. I restarted. Okay, sound effect pass, homesick mechanic. That's kind of fun, but... Possibly player can't warp when too damaged. Maybe changing schedules to work/non-work. I put ways to make the game feel like you're in space. So I've got things like, there's no reason that abandoned items shouldn't move for floating in space. Colonists without jetpacks get sucked out into space. All colonists and items within X floors of a venting atmosphere floor are sucked into space. Colonists die if they're sucked out through a space opening in a corner wall, because like Jason X style. What's here? possibly a better armor and crafting progression system, possibly using ammo as a way of having tiers of things where ammo increases damage. This is really short. These are very specific things, but world leaders would be fun. Ammo types, already mentioned it. Player being able to control starting supplies. After that, this just says patch 3. I don't even think there's really too much in here. Possibly a cover system. Basically, though, quests. We're doing more quests, more factions, that sort of thing. I'm trying to add more life to things. I think we have enough dungeons, enough outposts in the game. Now we're just trying to add more life. Just more stuff to do. Other stuff to add more stuff to it. I want to add a xenomorph-style monster. I want to add more stuff in dungeons that you can find. I want to make just that sort of thing. So that's more of the direction we're going in. In terms of a high level, just more stuff to do in the map and less... like, I'm trying to like articulate what it means, because when I just say stuff, what does that mean, right? What does it say when I say more stuff? It could mean a lot of things. So I mean, for example, if you go into the mysterious egg, I would love it if it could hatch into a xenomorph-style monster that can kill your colonists. That's fun. Just a fun thing. A space chicken, for example, that's fun. You can eat the space chicken. Also, on the back end, we're doing some stuff involving modding. There's some back end stuff. Yes, a chest burster. And also Cyberman still, which is still in there as well. Getting a degree changes the way you think. It absolutely makes you a more well-rounded person. If I just need you to sit in a chair and press a button every time light blinks, the fuck do you need a degree for? That's the thing. Like, there's a practicality of having a job. A job is not theoretical. A job is, like, whatever the opposite of theoretical is. That's whatever. But in the real world, it's practical. Whereas a degree is very theoretical, very knowledge-based. For example, in a you might get a computer science degree, and you might be a programmer, and the programming job that you have is very unlikely that you learned more than 5% of what you need to know to do that job in school. But there's a hope, at least, if you're an employer, that the college taught them enough about programming and logic. By the way, in terms of AI taking away programming jobs, I don't think AI can ever take away programming jobs. Because here's the thing. A real programmer... The actual job of a programmer is to try to logically make something happen. You have like a real world problem, you have to logically make it happen. And you have to tell a computer, I want it to make it happen. And right now, it's kind of hard to tell the computer exactly what you want it to do, so you have a programmer who can tell it exactly what it needs to do. But you still need a person, and it's often the programmer, it's the same person, but you still need a person that can understand, okay, what is the logic behind what I'm trying to do here? What am I really trying to do? And you'll always need that person. So even if AI takes away some programming jobs, you'll always need a person who can understand the basic logic of what am I even trying to do. So you always need that. But colleges would be shorter and better if they just got rid of general education courses. I think that, like, it's tough. It's like, what's the purpose of college, you know? Like, should I do gen ed? Should I be well-rounded? Or should I be prepared to enter the workforce? I'm having some issues in my belly right now. Just, oh god. Okay. To help scale back how OP the warp fields are, keep the fog of war over any dungeons that you've not opened yet. You can't see inside till you open it. That would for sure help. And also, you probably mean, in addition to that, you shouldn't be able to claim on fog of war tiles. So I'm wondering, like, we could do something where, because here's the thing. I don't want you to be able to expand your base forever without having to use some resource to expand more and more. I also want there to be times where you can unclaim parts of your base because maybe you've built too much, but you need to do something else and you don't have enough tokens left. Okay, so I want you to be able to unclaim, but then also reclaim if you need to. And as a result of it, you can just claim anything. And that's the part where there's some issues, right? Because you can just claim anything. I would love it if the reasons that you couldn't claim a bunch of stuff is just has a good reason other than that we just say you can't. For example, the more warp things you've claimed, maybe warping takes longer. Like you have to like charge the warp drive and calculate a warp vector, and maybe that just takes a lot longer. And maybe it takes a lot longer if you have NPC objects claimed, like a lot longer. And maybe, you know, non-continuous chunks take longer or something like that. Like maybe that sort of thing could really help, where it's like, yeah, you can claim the dungeons, but it's going to take you like a lot longer to warp. It's not really worth it. So something like that could help scale, could help balance it as well. Also, more chance of pirate space would be great. More chance of just warp collisions would be great. You know, something like that. The something to be aware with rules though is we don't want to create rules that in any way hurt a legitimate player who was not trying to cheese. So that's just something, just creating rules that don't hurt legitimate players, because I still want you to be able to have a non-continuous base. Like Victor probably could have some well, maybe not in this specific example, but you could imagine that Victor has some non-continuous sections. He's got like a room that's over here, something over there. I don't want that to be penalized either. But like NPC objects inside, that seems pretty straightforward. If there's an NPC object inside, like, okay, well, you don't own that. But I don't know. This seems arbitrary too, because in real life, I don't know if this matters, but if I was in Star Trek and I was trying to warp something, it doesn't matter if it's a member of the USS Enterprise or if it's a banana in Pure Spider's pocket. It doesn't matter. It takes the same amount of sort of energy and effort to do it, you know? So I guess my point is that if it's NPC based, I feel like that hurts the fantasy a little bit. I think it hurts the immersion a little bit. So Pure Spider's got a gigantic banana. It's kind of insane. So like he goes to this banana store. It's called Bananas Emporium, and almost every time he gets stopped, like it's TSA or something. Like I think you're stealing, they say. He starts running. This guy puts a hand down his pocket. It's a real banana. He says, I brought that from home. The guy says, I don't believe you. He says, feel it. It's so warm and mushy. I've been wearing this all day. So. Victor, have you ever at any time in your life ever put like a tube sock down your pants to make it appear like you're more endowed than you are, or anything like that?
No.
Me neither. But it's like sometimes in movies they'll do it, you know? But I've never even known anyone who's ever done that. I'm sure there's kids who have done that, but I've never, as a goof, but I mean, I'm sure there's kids who do it seriously. But I've never known anyone who's done that seriously. Again, as a goof, it's hilarious. Like, I mean, everyone's gonna put like a monster down their pants sometimes, like a monster can, you know? And like you go, like you walk out to your, like you're hanging out with your friends, you're like, look at my dick, it's so big, or whatever. But yeah, Bayside Studios, you're crossing a line here. Okay, don't talk about a banana in Pure Spider's pocket right now. Okay. Sorry, Pure Spider. I got your back, homie. I got your back. Honestly, PC Max Jaws, you're so nice. You make me feel better when you say things like that. I'm being honest, and I hope you have a good day. I really do. I hope you have a good life too. If you never come back, I still hope you have a good life. I love that drink bot just dunked on that dude. Like his final kill looked like he like sort of sat on his face or something. Goodbye, man. Are you on permadeath right now, Victor?
No.
Okay, so you can regrow. Permadeath is really fun.
Yeah, but also.
So, oh yeah, stressful. Yeah, yeah. You don't have to play on permadeath. I'm just saying I think permadeath is fun. I still can't believe that you were simping for the anti-cheat earlier.
Huh?
I think there's something funny like I can get frustrated with you for like work stuff, but then like non-work stuff. And non-work stuff, I have no threshold. I'm like, fuck you, dude. Like if it's a professional thing, I'm like, okay, whatever. But if it's something like you're like, yeah, I think in Helldivers, the anti-cheat's gonna like, screw you, dude. You son of a bitch.
I mean, I just find hackers annoying and like.
I find hackers annoying as they can
regardless.
I think like in a game, but you know what's funny? If it's a game like GTA 5, I love hackers because I can get money without having to give Rockstar money and grind, you know? So like in GTA 5, it's like hackers are a little bit like Robin Hood, you know?
Yeah.
So in those cases, they can be cool, but most of the time they suck. But it's like, it is kind of strange though to have a hack. Like, it's not strange, but I mean, it can be unnecessary to have aggressive anti-cheat in a PvE game. I think you should have some because it's online still, you know, and you want to maintain a good user experience. But I think a lot of companies just use a very aggressive anti-cheat because, like, well, this is just a solution on the market. Like, here's a good solution. It's perfect. It'll make sure that all of our files are unchanged or whatever it is that they do. Like, okay. So they just do the solution, right? I doubt that Helldivers 2 dev team made their own anti-cheat software, right? They just use a tool that exists for them. So. But God, do you remember, like, back when... like the first couple of games that required online all the time, there was like EA games. There was like maybe even SimCity 5. Do you remember that crap?
Yeah.
And now we're just like, okay, whatever. Then anti-cheat blocks the Steam Deck because it's Linux. Yeah. And then there's issues like that. Yeah, they're very frustrating. And they don't even have to exist. That's what sucks about it, right? That's to our point, Bayside Studios, is that it's like, or to my point, like the point about anti-cheat. It's not free. There's cons to it. There's issues that come up because of it, and that's the part that sucks about it, is all these issues. I'll be right back. Oh, we're winning, fail cake. So, Victor, you're here obviously because you're moving your camera, so obviously you're here. Okay. That's so funny. It's not much. I love being able to watch you. It's so distracting though. Starmancer's a really nice game to look at, and that's pretty much 100% on you, man. That's a good accomplishment. You should feel proud of yourself sometimes for it, Victor. Nah, just kidding. Sorry, I did that. I meant it. The first part was genuine. The second part was not. Okay. But seriously, you're the only one who did that. That's only you. That's literally all you. It's all your planning, all your execution. That's all you. So it's just nice to remember that sometimes. That said, I still think it's lame that you're a Swedish citizen, but whatever. I'm just kidding with it. Victor, are you vegan for ethical or moral reasons, or health reasons? Or both?
I mean, mainly
a little bit of both. Well, you said mainly ethical? Yeah. For a long time, I didn't eat, like, mammals. I'd eat chickens. So I'm like, chicken's, like, you know. I'm still kind of like that, but, like, if I have a choice, I'll tend to just buy the more chicken meat, you know. Because I do feel bad. I don't like factory farming. But I'm not opposed to, like regular farmers who have cows. I don't, like, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
But it's, like, the conditions of factory farms that really bother me.
Yeah, so things kind of went sideways in the previous system.
What happened?
Like one person died, and like near a bunch of bots. Then I tried to do like a rescue mission. Then I managed to get the dead person.
That's kind of
with
awesome.
my doctor here. But then someone else went in and died. But then I just left them because they didn't have any valuable skills.
By the way, I actually think that I'm listening, but as far as streaming goes, being able to stream onto Steam, I think is like huge.
Yeah.
There's so many random viewers on Steam. You have no idea because it's like just anyone on the page, and if they're on the page, it's like it's just something you get like such an intimate understanding of the game if you are watching a developer stream and you just got lucky and happened to go to the page at the time of the developer stream, compared to if you're just looking at it blank and you just see the images and whatnot. It's such a different thing to be able to see a developer play the game in real time when you're considering buying this game or learning about the game.
Also, are you saying this? How the heck did he get level 44
Engineer? Probably the bug.
Yeah, somebody must have stood here.
Yeah, it must be. That's the only thing it could be, because that's such a high level.
Yeah. No one even comes close to that in any other job. Yeah, having a global matrix can be great.
Yeah. It's so necessary.
Yeah, and it's always like you can see like skill level.
It's great for prioritizing. Don't get me wrong. The one we have now, and it's going to stay. But for just a broad view, terrible.
Yeah, how's the matrix going to work though?
I can't explain to you how the matrix is going to work. I can only show you how it's going to work. What do you mean how it's going to work? Click the permission UI. Let me see if I'm not understanding this or something. Where it says like leave base and stuff, those will just be job names.
Yeah, but then they won't have the priorities, right?
No, yeah, that's correct. You can only assign here. You can't change priorities here. It's just assigning. But that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. That's all I'm concerned. I'm most concerned with I just want to have one engineer, or who are my security guards, or how many security guards do I have? If you could reassign priority, it would have to be some sort of global priority, like okay, for everyone, security is going to now be number one, and that could be good too, by the way, to be able to do this just as a separate feature that it could also have later.
Yeah. What some games do is they have like a number in it, and you keep clicking it, and it becomes like.
Oh, that's a smart idea. Maybe a right click or something. Because if you left click to do checkbox, it'd have to be some other input method, or it could just be an arrow or something that's not. That could be good too. That could be fine, and they could have numbers on them. Actually, that's a great idea. That's a good idea. That's a better idea than my idea, probably, because then you can just do it right there. Yeah, they could do that as well. Somehow. How do you increment it though? You didn't say anything. How do you? What's your idea for how do you change the priority with your system?
Yeah, like it would have to be right click and left click.
I don't like relying on right click because it's not obvious.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah, maybe you could say at the bottom or something. The control.
That might be. I might be okay with that compromise. I can probably live with that.
Because I was thinking like maybe you click, but if there are 10 different priorities or like 9, and then when you get to 0, it's like unchecked. But that would be a pain. You would have to click so many times.
Yeah, definitely. That shouldn't do that. That would just because most of the time most of the time they don't care about priority. I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like most of the time you really just care about, is this job okay? Well, here's what I typically do. If I'm assigning like someone to be my chef, I'm typically doing 2 things. 1, I'm making sure he's the only chef. That's number 1. Number 2, I'm making him a high priority chef. So I really do. They are pretty coupled together. Typically, I do care, but a lot of times I spend so much time just unassigning people from chef. Just that to me is like just automate that for me, please, for the love of God. Just like the interface is a way just to input whatever I want to happen, right? Should be able to happen somehow. That's the idea of an interface, you know? So if it's a common use case that just unassign all except this, which it is, I just want that to happen. Yeah. But yeah, I think being able to change priority there is huge too. And it also would be huge.
I mean, there's space for buttons for, incrementing and decrementing.
There's so much space there. There's not even that many jobs. So there's so much space. Yeah, that's no problem. Even up arrow, down arrow. Yeah, there's space for even that. Literally just up arrow, down arrow. But I like to keep things simple, if possible, or at least start simple. You know what I mean? Like figure, okay, well, can we make it simpler? I like things simple. That's why my girlfriend rides the short bus. Dude, you have no idea the relief that I felt when my son and daughter were born and they were just regular, like I'm dead serious though, because it's a little scary, right? Because you don't really know, Yeah. That's right, Bayside Studios, regular. They had all their fingers, like everything was normal. They didn't have like a weird anything, like, okay. You could say healthy. People like to say healthy, but that's because they're cowards. I mean regular. But I do mean healthy, yeah. But there's everything was good. But it's very stressful,
Also, I keep building windows for getting with the pirates.
You'll be fine. Probably. And soon they'll get sucked out into space. You've been playing for 12 days. 4 out of 4. Open the galaxy map. You can see if they're near you.
Actually, I think there were some that I warped.
Oh my god, they're pretty close.
Yeah.
You travel every couple of days. It's really difficult for me to know what good balance values are for the pirates. Because in terms of how frequently they attack you. That's all.
Yeah. So I really need to get some control chips. He walks so close to the zombie.
The frequency now, I'm not sure what the interval is now. Because the thing, it's hard. It's not just like one static number of how frequently you get attacked. Because the pirates wander around. What I can do, though, is I could introduce like a variable where the longer that it's been without a pirate attack, the more it's going to keep increasing the chance that pirates just come towards you. I could do that. And also something like within X days of being attacked, they'll just kind of go, they don't go towards you. You could still go to them if you want. I could do something like that. That would help. And then I could control the frequency a lot more than I can right now. And maybe I should do something like that.
This guy gets so much aggression from killing a zombie.
Nice. Yeah, something like 1% per minute. Something like that, yeah. Because right now they wander. Victor, can you open the galaxy map really quick?
Yeah.
And hover over the pirate. There's a pirate. Like, it literally wanders. There's pirates, and they literally just wander around the stars, you know? You can go back to your main game now, but they just wander, you know? And what I could do is maybe for every day that you haven't been attacked, it could increase the chance by, like, let's say 10%. Increase the chance that when they wander, they'll wander towards the player. They'll keep going towards the player. And then maybe if they've been attacked maybe for 5 days, there's a cooldown where within 5 days of being attacked, they'll wander away from you, never towards you. I could, like, do something like that. But I don't know. But anyway, a huge benefit of that is then I can have a system where we really can set the frequency of it, which is, I think, really powerful. Because then we can say things like, okay, well, we don't want the player to ever be attacked within 3 days of its previous attack. We can do that. And we also might want to say, you know what? I don't want them to go more than like 10 days without being attacked. So we can really control that a bit better. And so maybe we can't go exactly 10 days. There's going to be some tolerance in there, but we can control it so it's like, okay, well, you're pretty reasonably going to get attacked by day 8, 9, or 10, and almost guaranteed by day 15 you're being attacked unless you're really trying to run away.
Oh yeah, we could have a game setting too that's like pirate aggression.
Right.
It amplifies or like...
Right. The frequency of attacks, yeah.
And then if you set it to 0, they will never start targeting you.
Yeah. Call it like pirate awareness or something like that. Like pirate detection or something. Like how much they can detect you. I'm about to get annihilated, Victor.
Huh?
I said I'm about to get annihilated with weed. Victor, aren't you doing something with the in-game roadmap?
Yeah.
Or is it the website roadmap?
On both.
Okay. Because I say that because that user had asked something about it. I want to get their name, their exact name. It's already too late. So I just can't even find their names. How can I not find their name in chat? Oh, there it is. PC Max _ Jaws. Anyway, but they ask questions. A lot of people ask questions of the same type of questions, which are, what the hell are you guys going to do next? What's going on? Okay. And there's so many people who must be wondering that all the time, and they're not going to the dev streams and asking, and they would just benefit greatly from just having some roadmap that they can, and a useful roadmap too, not just some nonsense one, but something that's actually useful. They can be like, okay, like, what can we expect by June? Something I think is what players sort of want. Or like, what can we expect? Maybe not with hard dates, but some reasonable amount of time. Like, what can we expect in the near term, sort of long term? Because it's like, hey, we're saying, if you want me to buy into this early access, okay, cool, but show me where it's going. Like, teach me why. Why should I give you money now? Why don't I just wait? Or never at all, So that's all. Space whales arrived. That's fun. It's actually really fun.
I read that in like a protest voice. Space whales.
Yeah. Carriers have arrived. Space whales have arrived. The hardest thing with the roadmap is just updating it, I think. is keeping it accurate. Like, it's so easy to make a roadmap one time. What's much harder is creating a system where we can easily or somewhat effortlessly maintain and update the roadmap. That's much harder to do. Because the nature of the beast is that they change. These things change all the time. These things happen. Like, we might have a plan to add quests, but then maybe something happens and we're like, dude, we're just gonna add a xenomorph style monster because that sounds awesome. You know, that just sounds awesome right now. You know, imagine the Easter eggs. Yeah, that's actually amazing. A Terran Berserk. Like, I love things like Easter eggs. Like, that to me is fun. That's I think Starmancer is getting to the point where we can start adding more of this just almost gratuitous type things. Gratuitous from the point of view of development. Like, Easter eggs are gratuitous, right? Easter eggs have no purpose in terms of making a game fun or something like that. They're for fun. They're because you want to. As a developer, if you add an Easter egg, it's because you want to. Because you're like, I think it'd be fun. You know, I know it's not really the main gameplay loop, but it'd be fun to do it.
How's this person never eating?
Are they hungry? Like, what makes you think they're never eating?
Don't have the memory.
Oh. Were they hungry?
There's some way of seeing like how long they've been alive.
Yeah, lifespan's at the bottom. It says newborn. So it's probably 0 days.
That makes sense.
Oh my god, a Yomada Blast streamed right past your core. That's so funny. That would be so cool. I would love any type of artillery type of stuff. Oh my god, there's an alien prism in your base.
Yeah. Just chilling. As long as no one snaps and attacks it.
I think there should be a warp count somewhere. With the oopsie tracker, it should be like systems visited.
Could go on the galaxy map somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, click show. No, you didn't. I probably didn't commit it, so never mind. But also on stream yesterday, that thing will automatically go away now after like 15 seconds. So.
Oh, the warp zone too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the warp zone.
Nice.
Thing, but I didn't push it or commit it.
Nice.
Maybe I had a menu with all sorts of statistics of the save. Yeah, actually, that's a fun idea. But I was thinking, like, it's just sort of fun to see it. That's all. Like, I don't want it to be hidden. I want you to be able to see it. Just sometimes. Just because it's fun to see sometimes. Like, oh, okay, cool. But like, hidden stats also would be really fun, too. Like, all sorts of stats could be fun to track. But in this case, I think it'd be fun to see how far you've traveled at somewhat of a frequent interval. Like, the day count is kind of fun. Like, I look at that all the time. Like, okay, he's been playing for 13 days. Okay. But it'd also be just nice to know, okay, well, how many systems have I visited in these 13 days? Like, okay, 2, 3, 4? Or maybe I just want the information because I'm a developer and that's very useful for me to know. But I think it's kind of cool just to be like, oh yeah, I visited like 100 systems. That's crazy.
By the way, it was so frustrating before when people became cannibals. And I tried to order them to eat, but they would interrupt their eating to be cannibals.
Like attack someone, you mean?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That's kind of hilarious. But I think it's fine. I mean, I think it's fine. You're suggesting something. Okay, I'm sort of putting words in your mouth here, but you're suggesting that what I do is something like, hey, if I'm currently in a state where I'm finding food and I have food, don't try to eat anybody because I'm good. Like, I figured it out.
Well, either that or just make them not like orderable. Because if you can't order them, then you need to find a different solution, right?
Well, I think they should be orderable
is,
because the rules. I don't like that a cannibal is just separate from the rules of ordering and drafting. Personally, I think that it should be with to have the same rules it always has. Whatever the rules are, I think the rules should be consistent. I think having exceptions gets confusing.
Yeah, but it could be something like they're only cannibals if they're snapping. Or they can only act on cannibalism if they're snapping. Or...
Well, it's because they're starving to death.
Yeah.
So someone can be really happy but starving to death, and they'd eat their fellow man, you know?
Yeah.
And I think they should eat each other when they starve to death, because people would do that. I'd eat you in a heartbeat if I was starving, Victor. So fast, you know?
Yeah.
Just teasing. But if it was me and you in the Alps in that plane crash, bro, if we were that soccer team, dude, I would have eaten you first, man.
Yeah, man, the frustrating thing is just trying to solve it and then them just like refusing to, eat and instead canceling it.
Yeah, I think that I think my solution is because it is a problem that if you've ordered them to eat food, like, hey, stop attacking your fellow man. Like, I'm trying to fix this for you, you know? Don't eat this man. And also what's really hilarious is that they'll kill a fellow man, but if there was pizza available, let's say there's pizza somewhere in the base, if they see a colonist, they'll kill him. And then right afterwards, they'll be like, hey, is there food? Yeah, there's pizza. Let's go eat the pizza. So they won't even eat the man they just killed. They'll just kill him.
Yeah.
So that's obviously an issue. But I was thinking that if they don't attack people when they're already going to get food, that seems pretty good. Like, okay, well, if I'm already getting food, just don't attack anybody. That way, if you order them to eat food, or if they already found food, because if they're starving, probably the first thing they're going to do is try to eat. If there is food available, that's probably the only thing they're doing, or they're healing maybe.
Yeah.
But probably eating. Turn fellow colonists into human pepperoni. I really want some sort of meat grinder. You have no idea how bad I want a meat grinder, and just be able to put anything, just all sorts of things in the meat grinder. I want cooking to feel more like Space Station 13 style cooking, but in a way that isn't too frustrating. Doesn't require too much micromanagement, Victor, where are you at UFOs? At aliens?
Where I'm at?
Yeah, where you at?
If I believe in them or not?
I don't know. I assume you still believe in them, but do you think we're being visited by UFOs?
I don't know.
Right. It's complicated. It's like if they are, okay, if we're being visited by aliens, it requires a lot of other things to be true. Like it requires that they are otherwise completely stealthy. Like, for example, they don't make themselves known at all. Like that's just one requirement. That is one requirement of it,
Yeah.
But sometimes.
Or that they are, but we're being lied to. And
lied to by whom?
It's all like a bunch of conspiracies. Yeah.
No, lied to by
the
whom?
Government.
No, but if aliens are visiting us, it means that it's like, I've never seen one. You've never seen one. Most people have never seen one. No one's ever really seen one, ever. Yeah. So if they're here, you don't see them too often, but you see them sometimes. And then it requires everything about there to be aliens to be true, and also so many other things to be true as well, which is that they hide from us, whatever. There's a lot of things that are required to be true for it to be aliens. It just seems unlikely, but I want it to be true. It seems awesome,
Yeah.
If they were like aliens, if they are visiting us, again, they have to be secret. So maybe they're like our stewards somehow, they're watching over us. This is somehow a special planet for them somehow, and it requires attention from them somehow. But again, secretive attention.
Yeah.
It could also be they just simply don't care about us at all. And they're here, but literally we couldn't even get them to pay attention to us if we tried. So, but I don't know. It's an awful waste of space if we're all alone in this universe. It sure is, but it's also a lot of room to grow as a species, A lot of space to fill up. Got to have a lot of babies. It would be. There's close to 0% chance that there's no other intelligent life in the universe. That's got to be approaching 0% chance. But it's different though. Are they visiting us right now? I don't know. Also, any information we have could just be disinformation as well. Even David Grush could very easily be a disinformation agent. He could very easily be, He could be.
Yeah.
He also could have just been misled. I don't know. It just seems to me that if people had proof of aliens, there would be. It seems like that would be such a leaky secret. How do you keep that under wraps for so long?
Yeah.
And if it ends up being aliens, I would love to know, okay, how do they keep that under wraps for so long? I mean, that's really impressive.
This icon is weird.
But I do think that if the aliens are really hard to detect, like maybe very few individuals can even detect them at all. What's weird?
This icon when researching.
The mesh bunk bed? That is strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, what if we are the precursor species ready to populate the entire universe? Then society collapses and environment factors change us to things like the Klingons, etc. in a few million years to be rediscovered by a resurgent human population. Yeah, that could. Yeah, here's the other thing. Here's something I thought the other day, or earlier today maybe, is if you what are the odds that the current world superpowers are going to be the world superpowers in like 1,000 years? You have no idea, right? So there's a chance that there's some small, tiny country out there that has intimate communication with the UFOs, with the aliens, because they're from the future or something like that, and they're grooming them. So that to me is kind of a funny idea that there's some tiny like Fiji or something, I don't know, whatever, just some random little place that is going to one day actually be a world superpower, and they know that. So like Portugal or something, just some country, I don't know, could even be Sweden maybe, But that could absolutely be a thing, that they could have advisors from the future, and they're like, well, don't tell anybody. There's no reason to tell anybody.
Yeah.
But I can't believe that the aliens would. It just seems hard to believe that there's enough people that have knowledge about them in different countries who have completely different ideologies, and the secret. Somehow, again, it would be a very leaky secret. It would have to be, you would think. But who knows? Who knows? Fermi's paradox to me, it's just a thought experiment, though, and it's there's just so many unknowns about even how a species develops, how anything develops. There's just so many unknowns. The only models we have to go off of are Earth-based, so it's just tough. And I don't know if I buy it. I mean, we've never even seen an example of a civilization being wiped out. So but it's trying to solve a problem, which is the problem is we don't see any life out there at all, as we would expect to see. So then it's either that we're not seeing it, like we just are unable to detect it for whatever reason, we don't know what we're looking for, or it's not there. I forgot who said this, but someone once said there are only two possibilities. We're either alone or we're not. Yeah, I know. Both are terrifying. Yeah, they really are. It seems to me that it's reasonable that humans evolved on Earth. We definitely weren't dropped here. It's definitely not. There's a chance that we were genetically modified somehow, but I haven't seen anything about humans that would require that to be true either, I love the idea that, like, humans make technology, so like there's some idea that like an alien life form would have made us, so they could just a species that could make things or something. But how about I drop my nuts in your mouth? Wow, that's very Zeus-like of you. Isaac Arthur series on Fermi paradox possibilities is a great listen for anyone interested. That is, give me some interesting, like, the ideas. Don't, maybe not spoil it, but just sort of the ideas. I don't know if Pierce Butter's agreeing to me comparing him to Zeus, the god, because he would be pretty phallic sometimes, or spiffy bald guy saying Isaac Arthur series.
Tyler, what do you think of not starting with any crystals at all?
I'm probably fine with it. I don't really understand why you start with crystals anyway. Are they from Earth? Like, what's that? You could start with 0 crystals. You have to find them all. That would be fine.
Yeah, because I feel like whenever you find a trader, you have like such an amount of crystals.
I don't know if I would say you have
I
such
think,
an amount. It depends what you're trying to buy. Because for me, all the things I want to buy are expensive. So, but
yeah,
I'm fine with there being 0 on the basis that the resource doesn't exist, and you don't even need it for anything. And it's good if you have to sell before you have to buy as well. So,
yeah,
or mine
that's the
crystals
main
and
way.
whatnot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. From stupid aliens to dark forest alien. What's stupid aliens? I know the dark forest. The dark forest idea would be that if there's at least one species, basically, it's so easy to destroy a species. You just throw something into the star. It's pretty easy. Accelerate it pretty fast. Destroy a star. Okay. So the
For
idea
the
of the dark
dark
forest
forest, like,
theory is that people are quiet. There's no if you have anything that could detect you, something will destroy you inevitably because there's no reason from a game theory perspective to keep you alive. Right? That's the idea. Okay. But what is the stupid one? Just that you're stupid. Is that what it is? Like they're just too like there are aliens, but they're just stupid. Because that's kind of funny. By the way, I don't even think humans are intelligent. I'm not convinced that we even have intelligence. I don't know though.
that seems like such a, I don't know, technical thing to say.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that we just keep a ball
Because
up, kind
we,
of.
well, we
I think that's
defined the
what we
word
do.
intelligence and
That's true.
we
So it's a bit recursive.
included
Sure.
ourselves
Sure.
in
It's a
it.
bit recursive. But if you compare how smart a dog is to how smart we are, we're not that much smarter than that. Whatever number we use, right?
Yeah, but it's not really linear. Because at a certain point you start creating things that are like crazy, like computers.
Or do we?
And
Are
then you
they?
have to look at the dog and you have to look at the computers and say like, oh yeah,
No
that's,
human could make a computer. All a human can do is improve a little bit upon the predecessors. So it's like a beach ball that you keep up or something like that. But if you had no humans, if you took a human who has no technology, who never learned anything ever, so they had nothing
yeah,
to base it
yeah,
off of, and like, hey, here's a computer, figure out how this works. And they have some other technology. They have some other technology, but so it's human based technology, but a different path somehow. And you're like, figure out how this works. I don't know. Tyler's definitely dumber than my dog. Yeah, but you have like one of those smart dogs, man. So, you know. Because what is intelligence? It's like being able to generate novel ideas, something like that. And being able to like figure out how things work. There's a certain practical element of it that's required as well. But if there's like aliens out there that are more intelligent than we are, right? So either we're the smartest thing, right, or we're not, or we're about the smartest thing, you know? And if aliens are smarter than us, I can't even they could be so much smarter than us. And you mentioned that like, well, only a little bit can be exponentially bigger, right? So if they're just a little bit smarter than us, I mean
yeah,
that's
yeah,
huge.
yeah. And
Massively
especially because
bigger.
it's multiplied by the civilization and
Again,
just the
I
amount
don't
of
know.
people.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean about how like the civilization matters too. I know what you mean. It's just like,
But of course, they could have an unstable
mhm.
civilization, so they
Yeah,
can't
anyone could
catch
for
in and all
any
that.
reasons. Yeah, even if you're intelligent, like you could be
Yeah,
maybe even more. Maybe it's even harder to maintain a civilization if you're intelligent. Even like maybe like you have to be. Maybe there's like if you're too smart, it just doesn't work.
yeah,
Maybe even that's part of it. I don't know.
yeah, yeah. Maybe they just like fight each other all the time, so no progress is being
Right.
made.
Somehow, yeah. But I mean, if you're just a little bit smarter, it's effortless.
Yeah.
To dominate. I mean, to dominate the lower life form, whatever thing that is.
It's interesting as well to think of like different nations, and if you're just a really stable nation, you can really get ahead.
I don't know though. That's the thing. If you're too stable, there's no novelty generation either. And
Yeah.
old bad ideas need to get purged and trimmed
Oh yeah, I
sometimes
mean
to
if
make
it's
growth for
too,
new things. That's what I think.
yeah.
That's tough too. If it's too stable, I mean, you know. I feel like Tyler is dancing around his owning kids in Roblox comments yesterday. Oh, what did I say yesterday? I don't really remember too much what I said yesterday. But I did love to own some. I love to just dump on some. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was dumping on kids yesterday. Oh yeah. There's this Victor. There's this Roblox first-person shooter game I was playing with Graham the other day, and I was dunking on these kids. I got a nuke in my first game. It was so fun. It was awesome. It was awesome. Bayside Studios has played it before. It's so fun. But yeah, the stupid alien thing theorizes about aliens making dumb decisions when encountering a new species. Okay. And the biology of all the things are so different too. Also, so by the way, how would aliens even communicate with us? That's crazy, right? Roblox is a little bit exploitative. I do worry about that sometimes, but like, I think it's like we live in an exploited world, and they do need to make money, and it is up to the game makers how to make money. The reason I think it's a bit exploitative is because they're children. It's only because they're children that I worry about it. Because everything costs money. Every game has a thing. But if it's a child, you could just not give the child Robux. You could just not do that. You know, we live in a society. The best theory of how to communicate is math. There's a reason why we included math on the Golden Disc of the Voyagers. Yeah, I do agree with that. But even how do you even communicate math? Like, how do you communicate 2 or 3 or 4 or 5? It's tough, you know? It is tough. That's really hard. That's seriously really hard. Imagine if you want to communicate the concept 2 to an ant. How do you do that? And then imagine that the ants don't even have any. They might not necessarily have any of the same senses that you have. And then once you branch off of math, how do you communicate anything that's more complicated than that? I don't know. I don't know. It's probably really hard.
I mean, I think scientists have some theory that there's like one sense that they need to have to get to outer space.
What'd you say?
And that's having like a tactile sense.
Some type of tactile sense, you're saying? Because otherwise they could. You said otherwise they couldn't get to outer space. I think you said, right?
No.
Because the idea there is that, like, they have to somehow they must have some understanding of the world around them, or else they can't leave the whatever. I can understand that. I'm so fucking high right now, Spider dude. It's so crazy. Anyway, there's some sense of that, right?
Did you also hear about like the theories of there can be enough oxygen for life, but not enough oxygen to melt metal or fire, I should say.
Okay.
You can't like have fire.
Okay.
So you can never have like an advanced society.
Oh, Bayside's brought up an interesting point about machine learning with the animals, which is good. We have machine learning model learning whale vocals now. They're mapping the patterns to known English language models, see if there are similarities. They were talking about how hard this is, though. Like, we have no idea if whales even understand the concept of time. Like, does tomorrow mean anything to them? Right. So trying to articulate concepts to them is probably so difficult. And also, how much of what our society does is only because of our biology. Probably most of it. What I mean is, like, how many things that we think are, so smart of us, so advanced of us, but we're really only solving biological problems that we have. For example, all of our medicine obviously is only to do with our biology. So my point is, all of that type of development is nothing to do with another alien, and we could learn nothing from them in that regard. And we might think that we're really advanced because we've done so much. Like, we've developed so much in terms of how to build materials and how to build houses and how to protect ourselves from our own sun. I don't know, but there's bees have an understanding of time. We figure this out because they experience jet lag. Does jet lag have more to do with? But what's jet lag though? That's more than just time, isn't it? There's some sort of circadian rhythm there, some sort of cycle. I don't know if that's time. I mean, that is a little bit of time, but I would assume that an alien species, the interstellar space travel, is going to have an easy way to communicate via math. But it's like, the easy part, though. That's the thing. The easy part. That's a hard. Like, what? How do you actually communicate it? Like, I don't. Like, how do you really communicate something? Not at all. Because you have to be able to parse it out from the noise, and that's probably not that hard to do. But And I'm thinking there's probably like an algorithm. There's probably some sort of system that you can apply to any arbitrary source of data or something, and try to figure out if it's just noise or if there's some meaning, some pattern in there. There's probably some sort of scientific principle that you can apply to it, and you can probably pretty quickly figure out if something is encoded in here or not. But I don't know. I know light is a method, but that just still requires that they even perceive light at all. It's pretty easy. On Earth, we have creatures that can't even see light.
I mean, they must have instruments that can see lights, because we have instruments that can see things that,
They could detect light. Yeah, certainly. But they have to be listening to it. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, if they were listening, they could detect anything we do. Definitely, absolutely. But my concern would be, what if they don't even bother with it? Is all. Like, why would they detect it unless they were specifically looking for? Well, maybe there's some creatures that might communicate with us via light. But
I feel like
my bigger point is, what if they have no reason to monitor it at all? Just whatever medium we attempt to use to communicate with them through.
But don't we monitor like all mediums?
We monitor. I don't know. I don't know. Probably mediums that we're aware of, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know. They could absolutely build detectors. Of course they could. Yeah.
Because I feel like if there were aliens coming here, we would use all kinds of like detection.
Yeah, everything. We would do. Yeah, everything to
know.
communicate with. Yeah, of course. Everything we know, all that, everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
They would
yeah.
definitely
In
do
the
the
case
same.
that yeah, in terms of communicate with aliens, if we're both aware, like if both aliens are aware there's aliens that exist, I think then the odds of communication increases exponentially. But what I'm more concerned about is, how do you even communicate with aliens? Like, how do you even let the aliens know that you're here? That's what I was more concerned about, thinking of that way,
Yeah.
If you physically see them, or if they're so close, well, that's easy. That's pretty easy. But I was thinking like communicating from more of like a larger, like if they're far away, you're trying to communicate with them or something like that. Close to, like, still within your solar system, but like kind of far away. I was thinking, what do you even do?
Should I trade all my space rock to these guys? Do you really want space rock?
That's one of the Fermi issues. Aliens not listening, as in they're not monitoring any frequency we transmit at. Right. And also we do, and like to Bayside Studios' point is, we do monitor any frequency that we can detect, but it's like that's so much to cover,
Yeah.
It's so much. And again, even if you can establish a shared medium, okay, we do it. We have a shared medium. Okay, then how do you even start to share knowledge? I don't know.
Oh my God, Tyler, look at these prices.
That's a steal.
Yeah.
You're gonna be rich.
Yeah.
Shared medium? Nah, I like an extra large. All to myself.
Also, I never knew you could just send a ship without any crew.
Yeah, so funny. Yeah, game changer.
It should say that somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
It should like default to being like an autopilot icon or something.
Do you think aliens would also invent the concept of capitalism? I don't know. Capitalism is just a way to distribute resources at some level. So, possibly. And capitalism is a pretty, it's a pretty good system for distributing resources.
Sorry.
Just so you know, they only attack you if you have over 10,000 or 5. You're draining power in. Oh, I see. Probably a radar dish. They'll only attack you if you have at least 5 colonists or 10,000 crystals, and you're dangerously close to 10,000 crystals, my friend. They're just waiting
Yeah,
ominously for you.
there's some menacing like
I know, I
scream in
know,
the
I know. It's so
sky.
scary.
Yeah,
You're just waiting at any time for them to like attack you and notice you.
yeah.
Like you just want to not move.
Guess I need to
I
spend all
think
my.
that you should be able to have some sort of blackout protocol, and it prevents all
Oh yeah,
pirates from detecting you somehow. Right?
yeah, yeah,
You can have no power, no light, something like that.
yeah. You should be able to see like a value somewhere of like detection. Maybe you could put up like a jammer or some kind of like thing that shrouds your base.
Yeah, just be sort of fun, something you can do. Like, okay, hide, don't move.
Yeah.
And if you activate your warp drive, it should immediately alert them, and and it should take like 6 hours
Yeah.
or something to calculate a warp vector.
Yeah.
You know, and you have to wait for them to leave. Like, don't move. Just leave.
I mean, if it requires 10k, I mean, what if you just never get 10k?
Or 5 colonists.
Oh, you said or 5.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
It's just to prevent new players from getting attacked, like really fast. But if you're cheesing it, then it's like, okay, you're getting. Also, if you've ever been attacked once, you can get attacked forever. I think is how it works.
Oh.
Yeah. But again, it was only a way to prevent new players from getting attacked too early. That's the only intention of it.
Yeah.
And I figure everyone will get to 5 pretty quick.
Yeah.
Also, everyone always talks about like nukes when it comes to like aliens would care about nukes, but I don't think they would care that much about the nukes, man. I just don't think they'd give. I don't think they would care that much about it. I don't know. They would only care if they were like close enough that it would affect them. But I don't think they would care as far as science is concerned, as far as like the idea that we could destroy ourselves is concerned. I don't think that would bother them. Again, unless they were already if they were already here, then the nukes could bother them because now we have a technology that could destroy whatever they're trying to foster and grow here, whatever they're trying to cultivate here, whatever they're trying to study here. Then they could care about nukes. I can understand that. But that requires that the aliens were already here or already aware of us. Hey, how about adding artillery so we can bomb zombies? I want to add artillery so badly. And it's something I talked about even a long time ago, to be honest with you. And it would launch right from your core, and it'd be awesome.
Yeah.
And then you could have people make the ammo and stuff like that. It'd be so fun. I think it'd be fun to add missiles so that we can attack skybox objects directly without needing a ship to do it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. And you can see like the missile coming in its skybox.
Yeah.
Boom.
Although I do like the idea of having payloads and missions and sending out a brave crew, you know?
Yeah. Wish the pirates would just like move across the background.
Yeah, just do something.
There should also be like the tiny pirate ship, so it's like an armada.
It could be like a nuke, or it could be like a core upgrade. Yeah, core upgrade would be perfect idea for our artillery. I think that'd be great. And I just want you to feel powerful. And I really think that attacking an AI station, an AI run space station, should be dangerous. That should be a very foolish thing to do, a very risky thing to do. Hey, it's not about the nukes. It sets certain expectations when you meet a civilization that willingly destroys itself with nukes. That's funny, actually, Pure Spider. That's the funniness about that. We're like, these guys are lunatics, first of all. This is an insane species. These guys are crazy. We're like the Joker of the alien world.
Like a mortar turret would be really cool, and if you could set it to like manual, you could just
A what
pick
turret?
where
What'd
to
you say?
pump a mortar turret.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What if you gave the core its own tech tree that gives different paths you could go down, such as following protocol or going rogue? Yeah, to go to the specific ideas, though, you know? It's like, because like the idea of a tech tree is great, but like what concrete upgrades are there? And maybe there's a lot. Maybe there's like, oh, there's a lot more than we thought there could be.
Yeah, because we discussed that before.
I think that if biological life is incredibly rare and aliens are able to detect us, then and if they have, then I think they would be greatly interested in us. That's for sure. On that basis alone, like if biological life is rare, they would be enormously interested in us just off that, I think. But I don't know, what does interest even look like?
So for core upgrades, I mean, you could start with slightly smaller warp drive, and you can increase like the capacity for it to hold more.
Yeah, like that, for example, yeah.
Colonists could always have like a skill loss, and then you can, upgrade to reduce the skill loss. And also, if the warp time takes time to like calculate a vector, then you can reduce that time by upgrades.
Yeah.
You can also increase the health of the core.
Oh yeah.
I mean, those aren't like super exciting things.
Yeah, but they're not like they're fine. I mean, gameplay loop things are great. Hey, can we have poof flingers to infect zombies? That's pretty funny. That'd be fun.
I mean, the zombies are already infected, right?
Yeah, I was thinking colonist growth speeds, global morale boost, global EXP boost, increasing the starting skills of colonists that are grown, increasing the quality of colonists that are grown. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna brainstorm, let's just brainstorm, dog. I mean, we're not even warming up yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's all sorts of things you could do. One love. Let's get together and feel all right.
Also, it's super late and I need to go.
Are you just going to leave us just like that? What are you, my dad?
It's like 9
We'll just
in the evening.
Give us a little bit longer, Victor. Give us a marathon session. Marathonist, daddy. You have 2 pirate ships in the system.
Are 2 of them in a skybox as well?
They're only supposed to... They never... There's not supposed to ever be 2 pirates in the same system as you, unless one just randomly wanders, not deliberately attacking you. They just wander randomly, just happen to show up. So maybe that's what happened here. I hope.
Yeah. I mean, the pace is definitely different now. So different. I'm not sure if it's a better different or a worse different.
How is it different?
I mean, you definitely have to warp more. Yeah. You can't just stay because there's, not that much stuff.
Clicks on the skybox. It's like everything.
Yeah,
it's like it's just funny when you
Well, I mean, it's ore nice.
Yeah. Well, it's just ore nice, yeah. But you can't stay in like it's not like a one-stop shop where you can just like have a base and like in a tradition, like if you're playing RimWorld, for example, you just like there's enough stuff around you that you can just kind of stay where you are and just sort of play, right? And just do whatever. But now you can't do that as much. For example, if there's not silicon,
Okay.
you just can't.
Oh,
You just can't. You can't do the silicon stuff. So you have to leave and go get silicon. But
yeah.
the primary gameplay loop is warping around from system to system.
Yeah. It's just that when you're used to having so much stuff and staying for longer. I mean, I just want to leave so that I can increase my colonist cap. Because that's really the one thing that's going to make
It
me
doesn't
more
even make
productive.
sense to me that the colonist cap is controlled by an item you find in dungeons. What the hell does that even mean? It should obviously be something that's like researched or
An
something like
upgrade on the
that,
car.
and
Yeah.
or like a material cost or something. Yeah, upgrading your core. Yeah, upgrading your core or something.
Yeah.
Doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I mean, we talked before about having something on the core that you produce over time. Like
Well,
an upgrade.
I don't
Like
like the
a,
idea of it only being an overtime thing because I think that if you're a good
no, not
player, you
it
should
would
go.
be
No, I'm just.
both.
Huh?
Yeah. Like if your core could produce, what are they called, control chips.
Oh, I see what has happened here. Yeah, yeah. But like, I want the player to be able to control the rate of production, even of that, a little bit at least. For example, if you had a research station and you had to research it and it took a while, well, you can build more than one research station, so you can make it faster if you want it to be faster.
Yeah.
Just as that's what I mean.
Oh,
So things
okay.
like
Yeah.
when things just passively do, I don't, and also you just kind of presumably sort of make it forever. Obviously, it would cap at like
Yeah.
15 or whatever.
Yeah.
Obviously, it would do it forever, but there's something nice about having to focus an effort on doing it. Like if you had to research it, for example, at least you have to dispatch a person to do it. And to your point, probably the only reason you want to leave right now is because you don't have enough colonists or something. And also there's zombies, and maybe you want to leave because there's zombies. But it's probably not because you're lacking a material.
Yeah, no. It's because of the Collins cap.
Right. How do you feel about the decreased dungeon rarity? Like the decreased chance that you'll see a dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's good because you don't have
I like that they're
the breaching
special.
tool anyways.
Yeah, there's that as well. There's that as well. That's a big component to it as well. It's like, what are you
Yeah.
doing, you know?
Also, I'm gonna wait forever for all this art. What the heck? Are you seeing this?
Yeah, there's probably two on top of each other is what it looks like. Unless they just didn't go away. That's weird. Try unpausing the game, though. That's strange. If you warp, it might fix itself. Sometimes things work.
Yeah.
Could you think of a... hold on. Could you think of a reason why you need to do this? I can't, but I think it'd be so cool to be able to download your core into an Android shell and run away with it like Pirates Attacking. First of all, Bayside Studios, the reason you need to do it is because it's awesome. And that to me has always been like the ultimate goal is I just want to be able to... I always felt like that should be the end game goal is you give yourself a physical body, you have like a flamethrower and a chainsaw, you can kill zombies. I mean, it's awesome. Like, why wouldn't you want to do that? I don't even care. Like, what? Yeah. I need to do it because I need to do it, you know? And it makes perfect sense to me that that's what you would do, that your ultimate goal would be to have some sort of permanence because your AI body is somehow it could die, it could be shut off, you could lose power, you know what I mean? I want to be Bender from Futurama.
I also think that the return time on missions should be reduced so that if pirates attack and you need to leave, you can just call your ship back.
I don't know. I am hesitant. I don't like inconsistencies in the universe of the like the rules of the universe, you know?
Yeah.
So if it takes you a certain amount of time to get there, it should take you a certain amount of time to get back. I could be okay with decreasing the travel duration across the board, I suppose. But that's me. I guess you could have like a boost. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm being a bit too autistic here, but
Well,
I
I'm
don't
thinking
know.
like there's a travel time between the thing, and there's a time spent actually doing the thing, like mining.
It's sort of just baked in.
I mean that we can reduce like the travel time and
There
increase,
is,
like,
by
the
the way, there is
time
a separate
spent.
travel time and a time spent doing things. Just so you know, just to be clear, there already is a separate
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
But I thought you just
So
meant
it's
in terms of how it's presented to the player.
Yeah.
The thruster upgrade matters a little bit as well, because you could, for example, get the upgrade that increases the ship speed, and it's more valuable now because missions travel time. Scroll down. Travel time takes long. Can you scroll down to see it? Takes 20 circuits. That's not so bad. I get for an upgrade. I think it's fine.
I was saving up for something. I don't even remember what. The generator's a good investment here, though.
Don't leave. I'll be right back.
Oh, fuck. No.
Did the music stop? Oh, I see.
Killing all the slimes now because I need galarium for the fuel.
Heck yeah. A tough thing in a game like Starmancer for balancing is it's hard to know if an issue you run into is just unique to your own playthrough or if it's more broad, can be broadly applied to all playthroughs, you know?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I don't have enough Galarium. Like, uh-oh. Is this a general problem that people never have enough Galarium? Or is it just like, okay, I just got unlucky and sometimes you don't have enough Galarium? Tyler Shower thoughts. Is this a bug? Or am I just dumb? That song was Matteo Turzo, and the song's name is Resilience. We'll do it again. Implement changing priority. Do. Yeah, it's a good one. So again, it was. I'll show you this. Hold on, spiffy bald guy. Share. Start at copy. Boom, boom, boom. Victor, I'm pretty sure we could just stream VODs, just Steam, 24/7 basically. I like violins too. Like Yellow Card, for example, was awesome just because they had that violin in it and just adds such a nice sound to it.
Program.
Just keep playing, Victor. Just don't stop playing. I do think we need to change something about control chips. We need to have a solution. I'll probably come up with something over the weekend. Like something very easy. Like something easy, like, okay, we'll do it this way. But do you have any ideas?
No.
Player can create control chips somehow. It can be something crafted at like the programming terminal, for example. That makes some sense to me. And it would incentivize, you know, attaining that tier. Because once you get there, the game does kind of open up anyway. But the thing is, like, a control chip you would imagine would require some sort of specialized something to make, right? Or it takes an enormous amount of time, could be okay too, right?
I mean,
but
it can't take that long, though, because colonists need to sleep and do stuff.
But it could easily require a rare resource that you can track in the skybox, like in the, that you can find when you mouse over a system. I don't know what that is, but it could be something. We could also increase the cap, the starting colonist cap, or maybe not even have a cap. Just let you just grow as many as you want. Or just like let you start out with just out of 15, like maybe just not even have a control chip system at all, but if you can just start with too many. The thing is, like, players could get overwhelmed, but like, oh well.
I mean, still like having to like work for it.
I like slowly getting them as well. But if there's a rare resource that you need to get, it's not solving that much of the problem.
No.
Not really, at least. And if you have to get to the programming terminal, it's not solving that much either.
Yeah.
And the rate has to be somewhat slow. Like, it couldn't even be one per day, for example. That's way too fast.
Yeah.
Who can say?
I mean, it would be interesting if the core had upgrades and the core could produce an item that you use for the upgrades, and sprinkled in the like the upgrade tree would be like the colonist cap.
Well, that's not a simple solution.
No.
Anyway, and it requires that, like, oh, there's a bunch of stuff I could do with this, and also something I could do with this is, making a control chip, and maybe it takes like 10 of this resource to do a control chip, and that's kind of a lot. So, right. It's not a hard problem. All we have to do is increment the amount by 1. In terms of that, it doesn't have to be a hard solution,
Yeah.
or complicated or fancy or anything like that, or require new game mechanics. It's already a fundamental game mechanic, but somehow the amount of colonists that you can grow, that cap is just increased by 1 sometimes.
I mean, in this game, I had plenty of opportunities to buy a control chip.
But you just didn't, because you're like, I don't want to. It's expensive. It's too expensive. Maybe you thought. Could also decrease the price considerably of it too, to like 1,000, because it's rare to find one to begin with, like from a trader.
I think it should only be decreased slightly then.
Why?
So I still think you should have to work for it.
Well, you're still working for it, whatever it costs, but it's pretty rare to find it. And also, you can find them in dungeons for free.
Yeah.
So it's not like you don't have to work for it then either. You sort of guaranteed one. Like once you get into the dungeon. That is a pirate in the background, by the way. Victor's not being attacked because he doesn't have 5 colonists or 10,000 crystals. A cap of 5 colonists, that is.
Oh my god, this is a lot of ore to leave.
Oh yeah, they'll get it.
Please bring ore.
You can see it now because it's in the same star system as the player. And when it's in the same star system, it appears in the skybox as well. And that is why you can see it. If Victor had 5 colonists, or if he had 10,000 crystals, he would be attacked right now. Would have been attacked by now. Again, a colonist cap. And I think you start with 4, right? So if you ever get 1 colonist chip, then you get attacked. So it's a pretty quick, pretty early in the game.
Yeah.
Oh no, Derek Carts became enemies with William Huff. Also, Victor, I feel like in Helldivers, like even playing with just one other friend is probably pretty fun, right? Because the missions are intense at times, like, and you can definitely play with just like one friend and have fun.
Yeah.
But like if I'm playing by myself, I'm just gonna do a full squad every time of randos, you know? Because like it's just there's no. Is there any reason not to? Are there more enemies if there's more players in the match? Probably more enemies.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's still fun to go solo. It can be like sneaky.
It's so intense though.
Yeah,
It's like so intense. Like, oh my gosh. My very first, and also like, Helldivers is scary. My very first match ever was with the robot against the bots, and they're scary.
Okay.
Like, they're really terrifying. Like, and it was at night. By the way, it was at nighttime. My very first match ever was at night, and I had to learn how to turn on my flashlight, and it was really scary, actually. And I didn't know what was going to happen or anything like that, you know.
Yeah, I never played against the bots. They're too scary. And at higher difficulties, it's just insanity. They come with like mechs and tanks, and it's just crazy.
I find the aliens to be, the bugs to be a bit boring,
Maybe.
believe it or not. It just feels like I'm killing like a dumb animal or something. I don't know. Like a bug, I guess. I guess it feels like I'm killing a bug. I guess it's as fun as killing bugs is to me, you know? Mesa Studio says, what are you playing exactly when you're not doing Starmancer? I've been playing a lot of Chivalry 2 recently. I'm pretty okay at it too. I'm pretty good at Chivalry. I've been loving Chivalry so much. It's a sword fighting game. Just, oh man, it's great. I love competitive multiplayer games. Sometimes I'll play like Dead by Daylight. But mostly Chivalry 2. Z-Zone. I want to do Zero Seavert. It looks cool. I just don't care about single player games so much. You know?
Oh my god, can they bring in the
Like,
more?
single player games have like a pointlessness to me. Like a waste of time. But I still do want to play, and I still will one day. It's like on my list. I bought Helldivers and played it, but I like it. It's fun. Just I don't have any desire to grind in it, you know. Have you been playing Helldivers, Victor?
No.
Yeah. It's the same type of thing probably. Like, who cares? It also seems like the type of game that's going to be really fun in a couple seasons.
Yeah. I kind of do want to participate in that, like, liberation of that mech planet.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. Like, it's fun. Like, the idea of it's fun. It's
Yeah,
fun to have
yeah.
events like that. But also, what if it doesn't matter? You know, if the war progress doesn't even matter, what do you even get? Who cares? If you know, what are the materials that you get for winning a war in the game? I'm serious. What are they?
I have no idea. But it's just fun, like, when the community takes it serious. And
Yeah,
everyone's sort of like role playing.
I know, but I wish
And you can be like, I was there.
I wish that it was. I just wish that it was somehow more PvP oriented. If there were like other factions, like you could pick a side, like you're one of 3 sides, and those people take over territories by doing missions. It would kind of limit the player base of it. It would split the player base. But something like that's fun because then that's sort of just fun content forever. And then if you have the territory, you get a faction wide boost to various things. You know, you increase the amount of crafting materials that you get by 10%, by 1 per something. Who knows, right? And increased experience, increased resources gained. You can do that sort of thing. It's kind of fun. But when it's against like the bots, it's like, okay, well, what is this?
Why does this guy just keep making enemies?
He doesn't like anybody, apparently.
No.
Then look out for that
He's
guy.
a magician.
He might start murdering. He's a magician. That's probably why. He hates C's and A's. See you, base. Serious. I've almost forgotten Graham, so it happens. I've sped many, many times to try to be like, oh my God, Graham, I don't want to be late. Drinking before noon. Oh, okay. Oh. That there's a difference between saying you're trying, you're doing anything.
I don't need all these weapons. So this guy's just stuck. Interesting. What happens if you put an oxygen recycler outside? It's just gonna...
I'm gonna terraform space. I'm gonna go see Dune Part 2 again tomorrow. By the way.
Again?
Yeah.
Didn't you say it like last week?
Yeah. It's worth it. It's so good. It's such a movie theater movie too. You know, like it's so worth seeing it. Like if you can see it in the theater.
Yeah.
And for just tickets, only $10. In like a big screen, like a very nice screen, $10. Not so bad. I paid $40 to play Helldivers 2, and it didn't change my life the way that Dune 2 changed my life. You know, like in terms of the experience. I don't mean it changed, but like in terms of like the, you know, just the overall experience of it.
Yeah. Tyler, you said you fixed the bug where they drop biomass outside the
Did I say
waste
that?
recycler. I think that's in the patch notes.
I may have fixed one instance of it or something like that, but maybe not all instances of it. There's broadly many there's like bug. There's a bug with sort of how the grid kind of works. Not really a bug, but more sort of like some issues like this. In this case, what they're doing. Oh, okay. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what's happening. Okay. The bug I fix is the bug in which they would continuously drop the waste off forever. That's a different bug. The bug.
Yeah, but there were two.
Yeah. Don't get snippy. I was saying, but that's
No, I
the
mean
bug
like
that I
in the
fixed.
patch notes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But there was the other one in the patch notes too.
Oh, is there another one? I don't know. But what they're doing here is sometimes the waste recycler is full, so when they go to deliver it, then they got to drop it off, and it's like, oh, that's weird, it's full. Then there's a separate bug where even though it's connected to the grid, they'll still attempt to drop it off there, and then again when it's full, what's happening here is when it's full, it just gets placed there and deposited there. How much bio waste is there? No, on the floor, just one.
Oh, I think it's one. Yeah.
Click on the floor. Click on the floor. There's just one. Because sometimes there'll be different abandoned items, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, there was a bug where they would just continuously do it. That bug was fixed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But that was like 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. So it was a while ago. So I'm like, what? What are you talking about now? Huh? I don't remember. Waste recycler no longer requests infinite bio waste. There was that one.
Yeah. And there was a second one as well.
Fix some instances where extra bio waste would be delivered to the waste recycler when there was incoming bio waste. Yeah. I just looked up what it was. And also, it's the very first fix, so it's probably like the very first. Like, it was probably like so long ago that I did it. I was like, I don't remember. I don't know. I'm sure I did something with it. But anyway, there's broadly an issue with the I'm going to refactor how the item grid system works a little bit, and that's going to sort of fix that, this thing here.
Okay, so that's why it says like some instances.
Yeah.
Because I assume you were aware that there's
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
We're a very professional organization, Victor. So obviously. It says some. First of all, you said, so you must have been aware of it. Usually I pick some if I'm like, okay, this is definitely going to be, where it's like, okay, well, this is causing it sometimes, but I can't say definitively that it's like all of it. So for sure it's going to happen less now. And you see that in patch notes with a lot of games. And I think it's probably it's from a similar conclusion, a thought process like, well, I can't say for sure why it's happening, but I can see here that it could happen sometimes from this. So it'll no longer happen from this. Anyway, that's the case here. So, yeah. Yep. It's certainly weird that they request bio waste, and when there's already bio waste available to it in the grid, it can't retrieve that. That's one of the bugs that I need to fix. And the specific bug is there's a system in place where it prevents things from recursively being queried when we query an item container, because if you kept querying the same thing recursively, it could cause an infinite loop. And it could also just cause items to be counted multiple times, which also is bad. Both those things are bad. But anyway, so there's a system to make sure that things aren't redundantly called. And at the same time, if we query a grid, if we store biomass in our grid and we query containers, we only get the biomass information because we can't use the other stuff. So why even get it? Who cares about it? Okay, so you put those two things together. What happens if first I query bio waste, then second I query biomass, but there's a system in place where I can't query the same object twice? Okay, so I query it once, I only get the biomass. I can't query it twice to see the bio waste. So I think that's what's happening in these cases, by the way, for what it's worth. And that's the thing I have to fix and when I refactor it, and that's what I'll fix.
All right.
Yeah. So how does one fill the galarium tank? You have to just put galarium inside, Spiffy Bald Guy. You need to put a sink. It's not labeled anywhere, I don't think, actually, in the game. And we should probably just, I don't know. We could just do something with a sink so it's more clear that it's also a transportation, like a grid drop-off thing. But you need a wall sink, Spiffy Bald Guy. That's important. You need the wall sink. Did you try shaking my hose to fill it with my orange galarium? But you need the sink, though. You need galarium's orange. You made it orange, not me, Victor.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just need the sink. But it should definitely be more clear somehow that you need the sink. Whether the sink is used, or maybe it even says it. I think it actually might say it on the sink, the description, but descriptions aren't very useful.
Yeah.
Victor, a long
It'd be
time
nice if
ago, you thought that it'd be a good idea to put biomass and water icons and requires power icons and fuel icons on things. I can see on the wall stick. Do you still care about that with the severity that you once did?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because you
It's
don't
not a
really look
bad
at it.
idea.
I mean,
It's
there's
just that it's
probably
like,
someone who does, but
yeah, but it's just not a good way to get information, you know?
yeah,
That's the thing. It's like
yeah.
it gives you, if you need to know one specific thing, like, oh, it requires power, like, oh, okay. It's good to know that, I guess.
There's always no one deleting this.
There's a chance that they can't, like, they should be able to walk to one of them, but there's a chance that they actually can't walk to that because the sink's in the way, and there's a chance the access position is in a spot
Yeah.
that's like where the sink is.
Yeah.
You could just
I
pick
know.
him up and plop him inside, and he'll carve his way out, you know? Or he won't because he's not working, or he doesn't want to do the job or something. Who knows? Who can say?
To grab someone who's building a sand.
He'll get his way out of here, see? I built one and was waiting for them to take it into the tank. I'm going to put that into this refactoring, what you just said. Which is that colonists should be able to deposit items directly into liquid tanks and retrieve. Just don't grid or something. I don't know. So I'll put that. And then they'll be able to do that as well. And then we'll never have another spiffy bald guy situation, you know? You're the last one, spiffy bald guy, and we'll honor you. In your memory, we'll make sure that it'll never happen to anyone else again. Victor's poor. How's that welfare system treating you now, biatch? I think it's pretty fun that that Sweden joined NATO. That's kind of cool, isn't it? It's kind of fun, Victor. Like our countries are in like an alliance together now. That's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. It must be hard for you to imagine what it's like to grow up in America. In America, part of my story in my youth was all about like how we were the saviors in World War II, that sort of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's such a part of the national identity is like that strength. And then the United States has the strongest military in the world. So anyway, so for me, like, oh, we're in a military alliance. That's cool. That's fun. Like maybe it's a bit more fun for me, even though it's more important for you. I mean, in terms of like strategically, there must be requirements if you're in it, right? This military alliance, your country must have to pay money or something, some percentage. NATO members must contribute something, right? I don't know. I have no idea how it works. I was in the military.
Sure,
I don't know. They didn't tell us.
Contribute. What's it called? I mean, everyone contributes what they can, right?
I don't know what that. Yeah, but what? What are they contributing though? That's the ideal. The ideal is that everyone contributes what they can, right? But there must be some contribution that every member nation must make of some sort. I'm sure it might be a percentage where it's like, oh, you have to give me like to how much you can. But I figure I'm pretty much a doofus when I play games. It's probably why I play so many different games. Dang. I just like competing in games. I love multiplayer games anyway. But you heard what, Victor?
I mean, Trump always says like, "Oh, they're not paying
their fair share."
They agreed to. Yeah, but that's only like a recommendation.
That's so funny that you say that.
No,
The way you say,
I
yeah, but it's
mean
just
it is
the
only
way I was with you until you said, yeah, but it's just like a recommendation. So like they don't have I don't have to do it. Yeah.
no. But that's like Trump makes it seem like it's an obligation. Like, oh, you
Oh,
joined this alliance, and as a requirement, you had to pay this, and now you're not paying it. So we
his
want to defend you.
argument is
But
more
it's
about that the United States is paying a disproportionate. I don't know if this is true. I'm saying this is an argument. His argument is that the United States is paying a disproportionate share, and we wouldn't
for their
have to if more.
own
Again, I'm
military.
not saying it's true or not. I'm saying that's his argument. It's just that. It's just that
Yeah.
that America is paying a disproportionate share, and we wouldn't have to if the member nations would just pay their fair share.
But I don't think that's true because that would mean you would have to reduce your military spending, and no one's willing to do that.
That means you have to do what?
I mean, you would have to, like as a country, the US would have to reduce your military spending, and you don't want to do that.
That doesn't make sense to me. What do you mean you'd have to reduce our military spending so that we wouldn't have to pay as much in the UN or at the NATO?
I mean, you're not paying to NATO, you're paying to yourself, right? That's what all these countries are doing. They're paying
No,
to
there
their
must
own
be no.
militaries.
There's something that you're contributing towards NATO.
No,
I don't know what it is. Yeah.
that's a completely different thing, though.
Isn't
Like
that what we're
that's
talking about here? NATO?
no,
What are we
those
talking
are like
about?
costs that everyone is obliged to pay to keep NATO running, right?
Oh, I
The
don't
cost
know.
for like
I don't know.
exercises,
I
like
don't
the
know.
cost for, you know,
Yeah, I
all
don't
the
know.
bureaucracy and
Yeah, I don't know. That's
all of that stuff.
yeah. I
But
assume those are the costs,
those are
right?
different things. No, we're talking about like the obligation that how much you spend on your own military, right?
I don't know. That's well, okay. If that's what Trump meant, I didn't
Yeah,
know that. I wasn't aware of that. I thought he just
yeah.
meant whatever the obligations are that you're supposed to pay, whatever sort of your
No,
member
no,
dues are. I assume that's more of what he's taught. What he meant. I don't think he meant.
no. These are like how much you spend on your own military. So
No. I'm
if
talking
I,
about specifically what Trump was talking about. I don't think he was
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about that. And so what
No,
I'm talking
he's
about again
talking about
is, huh?
because that's the only thing that they're not meeting, and those are recommendations. Because if they weren't spending,
Oh, well, it's not about. Again, I'm pretty sure what he was talking about was whatever some share is. There's some amount that has to be paid, all the member dues, and so.
no, the member dues
Hmm.
are non-negotiable.
So you
Like
do. So you're
you
saying
have
with
to pay
certainty
those.
that what he was talking about was that he wants other countries. If other countries had a bigger military, that's what he wanted. That's
Yeah,
what he meant.
yeah,
He wanted other countries with a big military, so that way America wouldn't have to have such a big military to protect them or
yeah,
something.
yeah.
I don't think that's what he meant, though. I really don't think that's what he meant. He could
But
have been
those are the
completely
only things that
wrong
they
about what he said, but I don't think
aren't.
that's what he meant.
Well,
He,
maybe not, but those are the only like things that
yeah.
those countries aren't meeting, and those are like the recommended targets for their own, like how much they spend on their own militaries.
Yeah, I don't think that other countries would be too concerned about that. I don't think that's. Again, I really don't. I don't remember. This was just some random thing he said, but I really don't think
Yeah,
that's what he meant. I'm almost positive that that what he meant. The sentiment definitely was there's some shared pool of costs,
yeah,
and America was paying a disproportionate. At least that was the argument. I don't know what the facts are, but that they're paying a disproportionate amount, and if the other member countries paid more, America could pay less because they're paying
yeah.
more of their proportional fair share. I don't think that would have anything to do with the amount of the size of any military in any country anywhere, because that wouldn't affect what America's paying at all. So I don't think that's what he meant.
Yeah, but if he didn't mean that,
Uh-huh.
then he's also wrong, right?
Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't. You don't even. Well, I don't know what he meant, and you don't know what he meant. So I don't want to say he was wrong because I don't even know what he meant. But yeah, if that's what he meant, if that's literally what he meant, yeah, he was wrong. Yeah, if what he meant was, I need you to pay more of this money or something. Yeah, but again, I don't know how any of it works. I barely know what
Yeah,
NATO is.
yeah, yeah.
What I'm saying is, but that would for sure is what he meant was some sort of member due type situation. Or something like that. Whatever the costs are, whatever the costs of operating NATO. Spiffy Bald Guy says a huge chunk of our NATO costs are maintaining U.S. bases, which is actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
And I assume they're maintaining U.S. bases that are in areas that are somehow approved by NATO, or somehow there's some situation in which NATO says, hey, we should have bases here. And also I assume that there's a huge chunk of money that goes into maintaining these bases that are NATO approved and that sort of thing. And maybe a disproportionate amount of like United States troops might be used in NATO operations, that sort of thing as well. So it wouldn't just be the member cost, but all the costs
Yeah,
associated
but
with
it's
being in NATO.
a different argument.
but again, you don't even know what his argument was. I'm saying like that could be what he meant as well. And that's probably what he meant. Like probably meant all of the costs associated with being in NATO. Is I
But he
assume
meant
what
that
he meant.
there's like costs on paper that countries aren't meeting up.
Do you know? Okay, so you do know that that's what he meant. That's what he meant. That's what he said.
No, I mean like
Oh.
and those are the recommended like costs.
I guess I'm a little bit confused here. So I don't want to get too lost in the weeds here. All I was saying was originally was that NATO countries must have to pay something, and then you mentioned something about how the one time Trump said something about that they weren't paying. Okay, let's just get back to that. Only to that, just to that one thing. Let's not get too lost in the weeds here. I'm pretty sure all he meant was just that of all the total costs all around, that there's some disproportionate share that America's paying. Now America pays a lot for its military. Like we pay more. America puts more money into the military than like all the other countries combined, or something like that. Something crazy. But I assume that what he means is whatever if more people, if other countries contribute more towards NATO, America will have to contribute less, even though it'll be the same total contributions. I don't know. I didn't look into it.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know. Yeah,
he's referring to like a specific thing, right? He's saying like, oh, these countries aren't meeting
it's
their
just that
obligations.
when you say he's referring to a specific thing, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't look for me for confirmation. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I barely remember the quote. I just remember the sentiment of the quote.
No, because
Yeah.
he was
I don't
talking
know.
about like specific countries and
I don't know.
that are below like
I don't know.
a certain quota based on like the recommended by NATO spending that you should spend on your military.
Oh yeah, maybe if that's what he was. I don't know. But I really thought that it was more geared towards something related to America, which would be, hey, if you spend more money, we could spend less money. How can America spend less money? Or how can I assume it's more about that, which I don't think would have anything to do with what the other countries are spending on their military. Again, unless as a result of them spending less on the military, America has to spend more. If that's the situation, I don't know.
Yeah. So how is there already a pirate here?
Well, when you warped, you could see when you landed there was a pirate there. Like it followed you there or something. Yeah, but you could see it like once you arrive. It'd be funny if he follows you again. He's like, you're not leaving. He's like, I own you now.
Can I do some blind warping?
Most of NATO's spend is as a portion of GDP towards defense. Yeah, I assume it's like a percentage. Like it's like, okay, like if you make 1% of the budget, like you have to spend like let's just say to make it easy, every country has to donate 1% of its GDP towards NATO. Let's just be really easy about it. That's not what it is. Let's see, every country has to donate 1%. And I think the argument was like, hey, you're supposed to give 1%, but you're only giving 0.9% or something like that. I don't know. And this would go to Victor's argument about, oh, this is the paper number that you're supposed to give, but you're not giving. And if it's not about giving, I don't know. And then Victor said it's a recommendation, this amount, but I don't know if he's talking about the same amount or not.
The recommendation is for your own military.
Okay, but then separately there
spend on your own military.
All right, but then separately there must be money resources you have to contribute just towards NATO somehow.
Yeah, and those obligations are all being met. There's nothing you can point at and say like, oh, this country isn't meeting these.
Could it be that the deal itself though is disproportional and unfair? Because if that's the case, then he would have an argument from what I understand. If I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah.
But if that's what he meant, he wouldn't be wrong. Like it can completely be correct that as the agreement stands, it's not a good agreement. That could be his point as well. Like it's not you're not paying. You should pay more. Again, I don't know. I don't remember the quote, so I don't know what he meant. But I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know.
But in the end, doesn't any of this involve like the U.S. paying less for its military?
No. Well, I don't know. I don't think necessarily. Because we could pay.
Unless you mean that like NATO bases, like in Germany, like all the Americans move.
I don't really know
back
the
to
actual
America
cost, but
and have like a base in America instead, and then it's completely like run by Germans instead.
No, there's a lot of middle ground there. So, for example, let's say that there's 10,000 United States troops in a German base. Well, what if instead it's 9,000 troops, and we just have some other troops from other UN NATO countries in there, like for example, like that. So it wouldn't be as big as like, oh, let's move them all back, just reducing the size. It could be stuff like that. I don't know I don't know what all the obligations of being a NATO are. I don't know, but it could be that sort
Yeah.
of thing as well.
Yeah, but it's like you wouldn't ever reduce your spending on the military, right? So those troops would just go back to the US or some other base.
Well, the troops. Well, we do down the military does get downsized, believe it or not, actually, and it's pretty easy to control. People are leaving the military all the time, so no matter what, people are retiring. So you're always losing every day. So many service members get out, leave the military for any reason, and you can control the rate at which people come in through recruitment standards. So downsizing the military, reducing the size of the military, that does happen. So I'm just saying, we say things like, well, you can't reduce the size. Well, it does happen. We do reduce the size of our military. So, and it could happen, right? Even within the system, it could happen. It does happen all the time.
Yeah, but not under Republican leadership, right?
Yeah, sometimes under Republican leadership, sometimes it happens. I do not know what the bulk of military spending is even on, or even covers. However, it's a simple worldview if you think that, like, oh well, the Republicans only expand the military, but it's not true that the Republicans only expand the military either.
No, but they would definitely be opposed to any like sizable downsizing of the
It's
military.
too well, just like the Democratic Party, the Republican Party is composed of individuals with different ideas, and so
Yeah.
there's Republicans. There's people in the Republican Party, such as Ron Paul. Ever heard of him? I'm being teasing a little bit, but
No.
there's people like that in the Republican Party as well. There's all sorts of people. I think that probably the entire political system in Washington is disincentivized from downsizing the military, but
Yeah.
it's certainly not impossible. And again, it does happen. So.
Yeah, it's mean that like the cost wouldn't really go down, right? Just because you bring troops back to the US.
It would. It would. I mean, okay. So if there's just if at a again, I don't know how the specifics are, but if there was just first of all, if there's just money, if we just had to give $1 million in support of some NATO thing, well, that's $1 million that could go somewhere else in our budget, in the United States budget. So if that's just happening, that would immediately, of course, have returns. In terms of if it's the cost of transporting troops and having HR and all the other costs associated with having troops overseas, that would go down as well. Just the administration costs would go down as well.
Yeah.
If the idea is that, hey, we can still have our military, but let's have them stationed on a base in Kentucky, so that all the money that those troops spend is going to go right back into the United States economy. That's another great argument for why transferring a troop from Germany to the United States, even if you still have to pay everything for the troop, is still going to be a huge net benefit for the economy, and it is. So there's that as well.
Yeah.
So there's lots of ways that it would be cheaper if the people were moved away.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Also, these colonies start both crafting at the same time. So.
Like together on top of each other.
Yeah.
Must be two axis positions, and it's probably because it can be used for a couple different things. It's probably what it is. It's because it can be used for craft medical and also for craft like chemist. So it can be claimed for two things internally.
So one is doing a medkit and it is doing fuel.
Yeah, it should really just have one claimable component that has one max claimer on it, but that's okay. That's all right. It's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. It's pretty rare. I don't even think you should be able to make fuel from there necessarily. Why? You should probably just from the chem table, right? But I don't know.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice if you start with a rocket launcher too.
Yeah,
it is nice. Yeah, it does have that niceness to it.
Yeah. But I mean, the chem table is for so much more as well.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much.
This just allows you to do a Jenny, you know?
Yeah.
That's really what it's all about, or any other fuel source. But it's pretty much just a Jenny, right? Like, what else are you doing with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't Sweden have like a king, like a monarch?
Yep.
I know that's probably just mostly for like a sort of a
For
figurehead
show. Yeah.
sort of type situation. Like I view Joe Biden as just being for show. And I don't even mean that in a negative way. I do not mean that. I seriously don't mean that in a negative way. Like I view Joe Biden as like a representation. Like he is just like a figurehead of the Democratic Party, and in that I don't mean, again, I do not mean that in a bad way. But that's kind of how I view him. Almost to the point that I barely even care if he's old. Like it doesn't even matter that much. Like it's just he represents something bigger than himself. He's just a member. And that's sort of sort of a democratic ideal, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's how we view like our prime minister.
Right.
You're
I say
not
right
really
now because I
electing
know,
like
because
the
right because I'm saying, oh, okay, okay,
prime minister. You're electing the party
yeah,
because they can change the prime minister. Like you can, the Democratic Party couldn't just change the president, right?
no, they could not, they could not.
Because here they can
No.
pretty much say like they can vote out, the prime minister.
It's like here there are parties, but parties aren't really officially part of the government. Not really. At least I don't think so. I don't think they're really baked into the government at all. Like yet, for sure at a high level they're not, but I'm pretty sure even at a low level they're not baked into the government at all. So, like if someone's elected president, they're not elected as like a Democrat. This is just the person who's president, and they might say they're Democrat, they might say they're Republican, but that has nothing to do with the process by which they get elected or removed or anything,
I guess it's the same
anything
with
like that.
Senators and
Yeah, for all of them. Yeah, for all of them. Yeah, all of them. They're just independently elected. Again, as far as official, obviously, the Democratic organization is a real organization, and it has a lot of official affiliations with the government. Of course, it does. Just like the Republican Party, the RNC does too. But I meant more from legally, like an official.
I mean, I know that here in
think.
Sweden, an elected official can get kicked out by their party and still be in like our version of Congress.
But they can be. Oh, I see. But you're saying the prime minister can be removed. That's a separate position. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair to me as well, right? I mean, I think that, do you elect the person or do you elect the representative of the party? I think you elect the person.
Yeah.
That's my own opinion. I think you elect the person more than you elect the representative of the organization. Because that's just my thought on it. Like if you're electing a person, I want them to have their core values, and I want them to do whatever is going to support those values the most. And as long as our values are in alignment, then good. That's what I want.
Yeah.
The thing I don't like about the party system in the United States is that neither party, Democrat or Republican, I don't like really either one of them. So it's kind of what's
it would be better if
unfortunate.
it was split into like 4 parties or 5 parties.
Yeah, and so what we're stuck with is a situation where pretty realistically you either have to vote for Biden or Trump. Okay, so you pick. Okay, well, lesser evil situation, or which of all the policies, which ones do I think that they're likely to, first of all, it's like, okay, what policies do I think are they likely to even be able to pass? What things are they even likely to be able to make a measure on,
Yeah.
I would also say that for me, women's health rights and reproductive rights and abortion, that matters to me. I want abortion to be legal, but I just don't believe that the Republicans are going to actually truly be able to make it affect the legality of it, like in a real way. I think that like it'll just be like maybe a short wave, a bump, but then it'll be restored. So I would still, but right, short term, a wave, like maybe for a year or two they can do things, but long term, I'm not too concerned with that at all. So I would still vote Republican even over that, even though I don't care. Like even though I do care about the issue, to me, I'm like, well, probably it'll like they're not going to be able to have any real change on this issue. So I don't care. Because anyway, but my point is just that that's an example of something that the Republican platform, the Republican Party does, at least, maybe not every member in them, but the Republican Party certainly. And I don't agree with that. I don't like it. However, I don't think they can really make any real change there. It's just all like just political. A lot of it is just political talking points, not all of it. Because obviously they, for example, Roe v. Wade was overturned, but I think that the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade from a legal standpoint, like I can understand the argument. From a legal standpoint, I understand the argument. Roe v. Wade was overturned, I think, because it was deemed to be it should be a states' right, not a federal issue. That's sort of a legal thing. So from the legal point of view, okay, I can see that. Okay, whatever. And also, I would argue that if something should be afforded to all citizens, then Congress should try to put that into law. They have that power and that authority to do that. And I don't think we should rely on the Supreme Court to be doing that. But again, I don't know. I'm sure it's complicated. I'm sure like there's so much nuance in it all, you know. But anyway, for things like abortion, to me, it really seems like it's more of a trying to get reelected type of situation. Or these people genuinely believe it. I don't know. But like in Alabama, there was something, I think it was Alabama, where they banned in vitro fertilization. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That seems excessive. Like for example, but to your point, like that's a real thing. It's not like it's not, like that's happening. There's families somewhere. Let's just say it's Alabama. It's fine if it is. I don't care. But if it's not, it's fine. There's families in Alabama that want to have a baby that can't right now, or if that's the case, whatever it was, right? That's real. That is real. That sucks for them. But long term, it's just a wave. It's just, you know, I think that long term, like it is inevitable that, you know, in vitro fertilization will be legalized again everywhere. I think that those sort of things are inevitable. So they don't really concern me so much. I don't even know what does concern me. Like, I think like prison, I would love to see prison reform a lot. I care about free healthcare. Like, that's like my number 3 probably. You know, more affordable healthcare.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to be in fewer wars, although I assume it's complicated.
Aren't like all those things that Republicans aren't really...
No, because I think that I think that it's easy to fall into the trap that the other people are the bad guys and they're trying to do all the bad things. I think it's easy to fall into that trap of just thinking that it's so black and white. And what were things I talked about? I don't even remember, like healthcare, for example. Yeah, for sure. But a lot of the Republican argument of healthcare isn't that it's more about that insurance is cheaper than a government solution. That's their argument. If it's in good faith, at least. That's a lot of the argument, at least, is that that the government is inefficient and whatever solution they use, it's just going to be awful. And I can see the merit in that argument. However,
yeah, but they can also make it cheaper because when they negotiate with like the
how
like
do they
pharma,
make it cheaper? So that's a really
they
important.
negotiate for, like, the
Often
entire
things become
country, right?
cheaper through subsidies.
Yeah.
They don't often become cheaper simply because the government refuses to. The real failure is that insurance is for profit. That's right, but the argument is that the government inefficiency is going to be worse than the profit of the insurance company. Again, that's the argument. I'm not saying it's true, but I think that's more of the argument. But it's not that they think. I think it'd be disingenuous to suggest that Republicans like don't want people to have any health care. I think that they do. And again, I can see the merit, and they do have a point, and if you can't argue their point, you can't change their mind because you're not even listening to them.
No.
But it's like it's a real problem that people don't have health care. Like that's a real problem that exists right now. You know, regardless of like what's better, it's a real problem. So I don't know. Seems complicated.
No.
And I don't have confidence in my own government to implement any policies, if I'm being honest with you. Like, it's almost like the devil you know. Like, I can see how that happens. It's like, okay, well, at least I have some health care now. Like, I'm like, okay, like, all right. Lowering costs is hard too, by the way. So how do you lower costs? Well, you have to first determine what the cost should be, right? Like, that seems okay. You have to figure it out. So you have to get like a board of people to figure out. And who's on that board? Well, probably people who are experts, which means people in the industry. So you have the companies, like the pharmaceutical companies would have experts who would weigh in on these boards regarding what things should cost, you know? And that seems crazy, doesn't it? Like, oh my God, that's gets dicey quick.
No.
And again, it comes back to, do I have confidence in the United States government to do this? Barely. You know? What bothers me is that other countries have solved this. Right. They act like it's like an unsolvable problem. Just like they act like electronic voting is somehow like can't ever be done. It's an uncrackable enigma. Yeah. But the United States is a lot larger than other countries, and I think that poses a lot of different challenges from other countries. I've also heard the argument that the United States military spending is so high that if we just didn't have the military spending, we could afford more of these things. I've also heard the argument that our military spending is complicated because the military spending is basically a way in which the United States government is a little bit socialist, where they're just sort of funding the private sector a little bit, and that's putting money back into the American economy. So it's a little bit complicated, right? Like all the military spending is a little bit complicated. I've heard that argument too, but I don't know. It just seems to me though that sometimes when people try to say it's complicated, it's a way of just trying to confuse you. And it seems to me that I don't know, like if you're spending billions and if you're spending trillions on the military, what if you just spent some of that on our own people? Like for example, the United States keeps sending weapons to the Ukraine, right? They're not sending money to Ukraine. What we're doing is the United States government gives money. They buy like ammo and tanks from private companies in the United States, arms manufacturers, and they send those. Right? But so that means that somewhere there's like a budget where they can just do this. And like, wouldn't it be great if they could have that same process and just buy other things and give those goods to Americans? That seems nice. Wouldn't that be great? If they could do that, use kind of that same budget, that same kind of process, that same philosophy to like buy computers for kids that need them and buy food for people, just whatever. And that's most of the argument about like a lot of the philosophical issues people have with Ukraine is not about whether or not Russia is in the right or wrong. It's about like, oh my God, how are we spending all this? How is it that we can immediately have all this money available and use it? We have a process in place to do this, but we can't, but Flint, Michigan still has, doesn't have clean water still. Yeah. It's something that people are like, this is insane, and seems crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh my God, I need this better storage solution.
But it's so complicated, Yeah.
Also, it's super late. I really need to go.
I know it's to go so soon. But it's such a but it's such a complicated. So it's like it seems messy. It does seem to me that the amount of money America spends on the military, if we just spent less, we could definitely afford more stuff without increasing our taxes.
Yeah.
Seems like it. I mean, maybe that's naive, but that seems like we could definitely do that. I like your earlier statement about space aliens, capitalism, resource distribution. Thank you, Spiffy Bald Guy. Right, it's just resource distribution. So I mean, and it's like a good token. Like money's a good token. So I would think that they would also have something like that. Some way in which, hey, you can have more of the resources, the resource tokens, if you have a good product competing. I think competition is probably competition might not be necessary, but for sure iteration is necessary for evolution, and pruning is necessary, right? Bad ideas have to get trimmed out, so that's competition, but for sure that's necessary. An iterative process is necessary.
But so many resources are also spent on, just acquiring more of these tokens that aren't like really contributing to anything other than getting more of the tokens. So it's kind of like lots of that going on.
Are you talking about capitalism like when at its extreme? If like are you talking about like billionaires right now? Is that what you're talking about now?
I mean like promotion, for example, promoting something doesn't really.
Oh, doesn't contribute anything because you're trying to convince someone to buy your thing. You're trying to convince someone to buy your thing. You're like, okay, well, I'm not making anything. I'm just trying to convince you to buy my thing.
Like banks and loans and that are used to facilitate like this entire token system.
And for why? Well, I think the banks are necessary. But just let's go to like marketing. I think if you just go to marketing, I think marketing is a good example. You just say, because the only purpose of marketing is to try to make someone aware that you exist.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a degree to which that has to happen a little bit in all systems, but I do see your point. Because my point is somehow if you're the government, right? Let's say the government, and there's a place that a citizen can go to get food. You have to somehow You have to market to them. You have to tell them, hey, you have to educate them. This exists. So you do have to spend resources to let people know where things exist for sure. There's an argument in capitalism that a company that can do it the most efficiently for the fewest tokens is going to be the winner. And then in pure capitalism, that's sort of the argument, right? That all these inefficiencies that you're mentioning, if it's purely capitalistic and it's true, it's in the sense where if there's a fair competition, then the company that is too bloated and it's spending more resources than it needs to be, it's being inefficient, they're going to charge more for the same product, and people are going to buy a cheaper product instead. So it is built into it a little. I'm just saying it is built into it a little bit. Now separately on things like, I think for sure you were getting into a little bit about billionaires too. Separately on there at its extremes, I'm not sure, but I mean, if someone acquires a bunch of the tokens, to be, they have they can do stuff with the tokens. They can do other stuff, and it's I don't know. It's like a separate thing, though. Taxes are an issue since not everyone pays a fair share. But then again, who determines what's fair? I know it's so hard to. It's very hard. That's the crux of the issue. The reality is somebody has to determine what is fair, and that's hard. That's tough too. Also, what's fun about things like taxes, or let's say things about welfare, if you're concerned about people who don't need welfare committing fraud, basically, if you're worried about the cost of fraudulent welfare, you also have to be aware that there's a cost associated with combating fraud. So, for example, if you have to determine if someone commits fraud with welfare, the government has to hire somebody, you have to look into it, pay money to do it all, and it's going to cost so much money just to combat the fraud. And so it's worth pointing out that if the amount of money you spend on combating fraud is more than the fraud itself, just who cares? Just let it happen, But I don't know.
Yeah, as long as the argument doesn't go down to, well, we just shouldn't have welfare because there's too much fraud.
Right. And also the argument shouldn't be that anyone should be able to, and the other side of it would be that we shouldn't enforce the policies at all, and anyone can just fraudulently acquire. Of course, that would be opposite sides. Both opposite sides aren't great, but it's just about being aware of these are the issues, what matters at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, we're just trying to sort of save money and distribute resources to our citizens. That's sort of all we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Fairly. And the other thing that's hard about life, by the way, is that people work differently. Some people work harder than others. That is real. Some people want to spend time on different things than other people. And because of that, they'll have different outcomes. And that's a reality too. And then how do you create a fair society with that in mind? The fact that people won't work the same, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of tough too, Yeah, that's true. Even worse, if you bust them so bad they have to go to jail, that's even more taxpayer money. Yeah.
That's right, yeah. But that's why jail should be, or prison should be for like reforming people.
Rehabilitation. I agree with you. I agree with you completely. I would love. That's why my number one is prison reform. That's like my number one. Because people, if someone gets thrown in jail for 5 years, people will act like that's not a long time. They're like, oh my God, that's nothing. You're like, that's 5 years of your life.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Like 4 years ago, Donald Trump was president. I mean, that's a lifetime ago. It feels like forever ago. Imagine if you'd been in prison that whole time.
Yeah.
It's not like it's nothing.
It's also worse like the younger you are.
Yeah, for sure. Because like if you're like 20, for 25, it's such a formative time,
Yeah.
And also it doesn't work. And also like as far as, like if you give someone here's what I think about prison. You better either reform them or remove them from society completely. Because if you put someone in a cage for 40 years and then you let them out, what do you think is going to happen? Do you want them to be your neighbor if you haven't rehabilitated them? Do you want that person back in your society? You don't. And that's the system that exists right now, is you just put someone away and you don't make them safer for society. There's nothing in the process, that requires them to be safer when they get out.
Yeah, you make them worse.
Again, rehabilitate. Yeah, you just make them worse, typically. Because even if they have good intentions, let's say you get out of jail, you're 35, you're 40, whatever, you have great intentions, you want to get a job. It's probably hard to get a job because you were in prison. Nobody wants to hire you. And you didn't necessarily gain any skills while you're in prison either. And if you have bills to pay, also you networked and met a bunch of people in prison that you could, that can get you resources right now. And we do need money to stay alive. And how much money do you think you're given when you leave prison? It probably varies state to state, but probably not a lot, right? I bet you're given like $1,000 or something. Like, bye, You just can't live off that.
Yeah.
I do agree that some people can't be reformed as well. Some people can't be, for sure. Hey, what's up? I never know how to pronounce your name, unfortunately. Huang. From Facebook, though. From Facebook. So, am I still connected to Facebook? I might have been disconnected from it. No, we're still up. We're still up. Prison. Fucking prison reform. If you stay for one more minute, it'll be 4:20, Victor. That we can get off at 4:20. That'll be fine. And when I say get off, I mean get off. As a company, too, you have to be concerned if the person was in prison for violent crime or theft. Yeah, absolutely, by the way. I hate the idea that we're just, like, as a society, that it's somehow unethical to judge someone based off their past behavior. Like, you should judge people based off their past behavior. We do judge people based off their past behavior, Like, if I'm between two employees and one employee was in prison and one wasn't and everything else is equal, I'm choosing the one that wasn't in prison. That's absolutely a data point that matters to me. And by the way, especially if it's theft or something like that, yeah. We have a few felons who have worked in my company since we've been here, no issues. Right, and absolutely, but it's a risk you're taking. It's 4:20, by the way. It's 4:20. I can smoke now. I could take out my sweat rags. Just kidding, I'm putting them back in. I'm going to play some. I'm playing Chivalry after this, so they got to go right back in. I got my sweat palm rag right here. I pretty much got the Matrix job window done, so it's pretty much finished. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Risk mitigation, part of the job. IT director. Man, we never have any... I was going to say cool people. I didn't mean it. I'm obviously a nerd, too. And I'm just teasing. It's funny to me. Like, obviously, it's all like nerdy people,
Did you look at the Tesla coil at all?
No.
Oh.
All I did was debug something. I spent most of the time watching you and then also just doing these little things. But I did everything in a very strange order because of not the order I usually do things in because I was on stream. So I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? I always write the code first. Then I do the other stuff,
Yeah.
All right. This is good. All right, people. We're out of here. This patch is coming out real soon. Hopefully next week. Probably next week, honestly. And that's it. Victor really did a lot today. Nerdy people are the ones who have the best conversations on streams. I agree with you. I can stop the recording, and then later I'll stop the stream. I think I might just use this VOD later. I don't know. Okay. Bye, everybody. Goodbye, Spiffy Bald Guy. And also goodbye. I hate mispronouncing names. I feel like it's rude, but I'm going to try anyway. I don't know how to say your name at all, man. But your last name's Huang. So goodbye. To you as well. Hello to you, Spiffy Bald Guy. Blacklander. Restream.io, which was me. Bayside Studios, who had to pick up his daughter, but it still matters. Pure Spider. And everybody else, too. Goodbye.